Nope, there we go. Okey dokey. Okey dokey. Oh, Bobby. Oh, Bobby. Oh, you face. You, that face. This face. Your little face. Oh, my goodness. That face just speaks sweetness. An unaccountable sweetness. Oh, look at that face. Give me that face. Oh. Got some shit to know, boy. Oh, hey, oi. Come on. Oh. Oh, you're a wealthy bye. Yes, you waste. Alright. Oh, boo-boo. Oh, you little boo. Oh, God. Hey. Hi. Get your little snot out of this. You can wait a second. Hey, hold on. Wait a minute. Look at you. Hey, wait. Hi, wait. Do you have no sense of patience? There you go. Now you can go for it. Oh my God. Fucking impatient little bastard. Fucking God hell. Lord help me. Alright. Oh, what I expect. Oh, there we go. Fucking hell, I popped chat up and it's like exploded. Okay, well, hi. Jesus, I didn't think people will be on here already. Doc's finally beer night MC. And I'm not having a drink tonight. Just had a passion fruit sour and I'm going to crack open a cider soon. I feel about France doing work. Venom's actually super short and dairy meme is based on real life experience. Oh yeah, 100%. 100% I do say. Alright, so well, what's up, No. Oh, Eva Stefano sent me some. Game of Warhammer's free on Steam. Is it a Warhammer 40k or Total War Warhammer? Because those would actually be pretty dope. Those would be dope. Plot twist first, it became the EU. Playing Korea, America, and Japan. So basically, America right now. Oh, it's Warhammer Vermintide. Oh, Vermintide. I know Vermintide. I actually remember seeing Paul Zigo actually do a Vermintide stream at one point. static. Fuck. God damn it. You're making me... Alright, you're making me tempted. There is a temptation going on here. You have induced some temptation. Son of a bitch. I've been induced into a temptation to get a free game. I like how it's basically just like a very, like, basic ass, like, outlaw riff. Like, if anyone, like, starts doing that, it's just like, alright, that's outlaw blues. Like, basically, like, everybody, like, everyone will think that with that thing. With that, just one little lick. Then again, blues basically usually is within either G or E. Or an A. Sometimes in some blues, like into the B, like B flats. Or where would it be on the string? Right there. Ooh, a little ominous. Alright, where will it be? Right there, okay. With that little ominous. That's a nice little clutch to that. I usually don't really play too much in the mids, at least like when I'm going up higher on the frets like that. I need to learn more like universal like hand chords and shit. Because there's always like that typical power chord, but that doesn't always work the higher you go. Because then you get that B string, and it's like the octave for that's just ever so slightly off. It's like a half step up instead of everything else being like, yeah, just really nice and easy and just. See, that's all. That's why it always irks about me with these things. I could at least play around with it a little bit, but it's just, it's not my strong suit. I definitely prefer those little lower, I guess, higher numbered strings to 6 and the 5ths. Because then I can just go up here. It's a lot more easier. Plus I have more control, I think. Don't have to worry about, like, picking too high or, you know, anything like that. I accidentally hit one of these notes while I'm up there. Makes it a little easier. No, wait. You're not gonna shut up about that game, are you? Like, oh my lord. And I especially think you'll love it. So, yeah, because you don't shut up about it. Like, fucking hell. Aye. obsession and boredom after a while. So you gotta hone it. You gotta hone that shit in, boy, like I do. See, I hone in my obsession for like very short bursts, then I just like fuck off it for a little bit and then burst it again. And that's how I end up working there, buddy. Can't have none of this just like constancy, or else, you know, it's like basically, you know, just blow one's brain up the walls, you know, just, you know, doing it instantly. You gotta give it in bursts. Gotta have it in doses. Like the doses, doses. Jesus. Doses? What the? Got my fucking brain. Jesus Christ. Yeah, brain. There is a thing called working that you can do. Let me. My petty obsessions. Damn you. You have to wait though. I don't. Well, it ends. Obsessive one thing, and then burst the obsession into another thing. Boom. Obsessive one thing, then just go hardcore obsess into another. Here, I'll just play a little tune. So I'm just kind of goofing. Alright. I have to warm it up a little, make sure my hands. Also, but my mom keeps telling me it's good for my credit score to pay it off. Well, you still be technically quote paying it off, but if you just decide not to do it anymore because you want to return it, that shouldn't be a big deal. Oh my god, I hate the credit score bullshit. Tell her what her opinions are about the Chinese social credit system and then come back to me. Because I'm pretty sure she has some strong opinions about that, but she probably would not put two and two together about America's credit score shit. I'll post her a couple games I want to get when they come out next year. Yeah, I could get that. I can understand that. Yeah, make sure this isn't like too bursty out loud. Yeah, that should probably okay. I hope. Without it being too loud. But before I do, I'm smoking a bowl real quick. Have a little toke. Because scam is capitalist version of social credit system. That's what I mean. Like, it's just social credit with a few extra steps. A few extra steps basically implies that you force yourself in debt. In one way, shape, or form. Like, honestly, mine's okay on the virtue that I've barely used my fucking credit card. Like, it's not great. In fact, I mean, honestly, it's I think ever so slightly below the average right now. Because of one little thing that wasn't even in my control. But it's something that's easily solvable and it's not a big deal. I just haven't really gotten to prioritizing it, which is mainly just like doing a phone call or two and shit. Which wouldn't really be a big deal, but since I'm not the one that was primarily dealing with that shit, I have to be with the person that did to make sure it's all taken care of, dealt with. It was basically like just for a flight ticket, you know, when I last time went to Texas and pretty much thought it was all taken care of, but, you know, unfortunately it you know, wasn't the case. But, you know, beyond that, there isn't really anything that has made mine negative, just not necessarily, like, up, you know. I think the last time I saw it was, like, basically it's like, well, it's a little low, but it's good right now because you can easily bring this back up. It's like, I don't fucking care. It's like, this shit's a scam anyway. If anything, all it's just reminded me is just how much it, like, handicaps people like me and shit when it comes to actually having to do fucking things like having a home or something. I think mine's shitty because I haven't done student loan debt. Yeah, I'm sure that would probably bring it down. Which doesn't help people who are, you know, trying to go into college and shit, right? You know. No, you should. What's the point right now? Republicans are blocking it. Like the fascist, like, GOP and shit just literally is blocking it, so. Like, it's, like, even if he did, like, the government ain't gonna do anything about it. Like, it wasn't something that took immediate effect. Like, it's something that had, you know, some process to go through, and before that got into effect, the Republicans blocked it for a Court of Appeals or some shit. Because frankly, honestly, there needs to be, like, an element of our government where there needs to be, like a sense of, like, edicts. Like, not just, like, hey, we're doing a thing, but then it could just be blocked. Like, no, we're doing a thing, and no one can fucking say anything else otherwise. This is the final say, and we're doing this. Like, a fucking edict, you know, of, declaring, like, no, this is what we're doing now. As long as it fits under, like, a certain criteria of, like, you know, some form of factory, like, satisfactoriness for the American people of that type of shit. Like, make it so it's like, hey, you know, you have these edict options, you know, because they're voted in by the people to potentially do. And, you know, it's like, hey, well, you know what, we're being stonewalled too much to the point that I noticed that, like, you know, one of the things that the people supported and voted in for was one of these edicts. Well, we're doing their edict then. It's called, like, a people's edict system or some shit. I don't fucking know. I mean, honestly, that's what should be, like, you know, a national direct ballot initiative should be. You know, it's just basically just like having national edicts, you know, by the people. The masculine urge to escape credit scores by living in a cave. I was gonna play tune. So let me smoke this bowl and do that. Badly needed federal direct ballot initiative. That's one change that would make the biggest difference. Yeah. Or just call it like the People's Edict Act or something. Make it so it's like, hey, you know, it's like make it sound good and like populist in nature and shit. Because it really is. Honestly, it is. Because yeah, we can pass the marijuana term limits and shit. Like it basically kind of at least establishes like a kind of a looser branch of government where it's like, no, the people are, like, at least on some level, like, a semi-branch, basically, because of that. Because there at least are things where it comes down to their fucking say. And it will come down to what the people say and what they fucking vote for. Hence, the people's edicts. Like, if they vote in a majority of, you know, something, then it's people's edict to enact it. You know, so it's like they can easily, like, you know, swing it in a populist thing to where even, like, some conservatives will be on board with it. The people's edict, I like that. Workman's edict and stuff, yeah, I want my say. I want my say, you know, against these fucking corrupt pieces of shit. Be able to have my piece. Like, hell, establish like a little commerce board or something, where it's like anyone in America could come to this like little hall and fucking, you know, like, say their piece. You know, what they think ought to be, like, on initiatives for the elections and all sorts of shit. Like, straight up establish, like, build up like a fucking extra wing of, like, the fucking legislative branch or something. Because it could definitely, you know, be something that could happen and easily possible. And there's definitely enough federal land in D.C. to establish something like that. Sunrise, do you think it's unethical as progressives to date a conservative? Now, I say it depends on how conservative someone is. Racist, transphobia, sexism, and classism would be deal breakers for me. Yeah. I would, like, because I know people who are conservative, but aren't, like, your MAGA, QAnon type of conservatives, you know what I mean? I would say, like, those type of people, like, it kind of, basically, like, the conservative types, if you basically tell them, like, leftist ideas, they, basically, at least tacitly, or at least on some level, agree with it, without saying the buzzwords, basically. So it's like, if you talk about, like, worker co-ops or some shit without necessarily saying the buzzwords around it, they'll agree to it type of shit. Like, I've met people who are conservative like that. And, honestly, it's like, just because someone happens to be conservative isn't necessarily, like, like, I mean, I definitely wouldn't say it's necessarily unethical, but I definitely would say, like, I guess it just kind of depends, really, like, on how they are and, you know, what their views are. Like, if it's, like, they're pretty chill for the most part, but then, like, after meeting them for, like, a month, you know, hanging out for, like, a couple months, I hear about, like, some crazy staunch, like, conservative as fuck opinion, Like, we'll probably hash it out, but I don't think it'll necessarily be like, well, I'm not dating you anymore type of thing. It'll just depend on how that hashing out would go. Like, if it ends up being salty or not and shit. What about me? Am I acceptable for Southern folk? I'm conservative and straight and zero. No, and no, you're not. No, you're not, and no, you're not. And you're just fine. I mean, honestly, there's like an element of Southern charm, you know, that, you know, can happen, you know, for people, you know, from the South. But, like, I mean, it's not because of, like, ideology where that comes from. It's kind of like that nice little charm and stuff, you know, a little bit of twang in the voice and stuff, you know, and all that. You know, it's like, that's kind of what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about ideological stuff. Like, there ain't no charm in any of that. In fact, that's probably why they have the charm, to try to flower up all the rest of their shit. Which makes sense. Let's go play tune. What the fuck? Hold on. Because I do have like a little music itch right now. So, fuck you. I'm trying to make sure at least I can do the beginning of it right. Watch last night. Fuck you. I'm not watching that movie again. That's like the one and only time I'm watching that fucking movie. I couldn't even listen through that fucking speech that piece of fucking shit did. I refuse. No. Fuck you. Fuck you. No. 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 God, you bring Trump. You know, I'm being distracted. Yeah, start mine. I already had to save for a friend of mine from looking up a girl with my rain smoke room where they were chilling and getting hot. Oh god, yeah. But you want to save your friend from some very unfortunate situations like that. That'd be a very bad time. You don't need to be getting no herpes. That'd be bad. That'd be very bad. I'm not gonna tell you one there. I'm gonna get my fatter pick just so it doesn't slip out of my hand. Actually, let's do this. Yeah. I need like straight up like chalk powder or some shit, honestly. Get these oils off of me. Get the oils off. Stop making things slick. Stop trying to make things slick there, jerk. I don't need none of this slick shit. Well, so the thing sexually I've done is that scrub strap and run away from it. Just save him. Did you jump in front of him before you could put in her? I ran in naked just as they were getting naked. But that happened in slow mo. Must have just been one hell of a ride home. Yeah, I bet. I bet that was a very interesting ride home with that one. Just bust in there naked, be like, blah, 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 blah. Just freak everyone out. Like, what the fuck are you doing? really fucking fast-paced song. It was really easy. I just need to fucking get more precise with that one. Still a little rusty. Girl with the herbs, I mean, not the girl I was with. Well, yeah, I imagine that you were saving your friend from the girl with the herbs. You obviously were not the one. You probably would have had the herbs if you were getting with the girl with the herbs. But obviously, oh my god, I knew what you meant. She was so embarrassed. My friend actually ate her out. Ah, so you got the herbs. Ah, you got mouth herbs. Oh no. Oh, our boy. Oh, no. My dad walked in laughing his ass off. Dude, I bet he was. I'm sure he was having one hell of a time about that one. Just like, well, I'm going to be telling, you know, my friends about that one for a good minute or two. Man, I need to, like, quit fucking biting my damn fucking fingernails. Because I, like, got into the skin a little too bit, and now there's, like, a little, like, fucking raw spot, like a tiny one, and it's, like, where I put my finger on the notes, and it's, like, kind of hurting. It's like, ow. Ugh. He was a fun guy. He sounds like a fun dude. That bad political take, though, in Mike Huckabee. Oh yeah, he had a bad political take in him. He just had it in him. Oh, I see. Just right all in him, right deep inside. I'm not done with that, by the way. I'm just putting it down so I can load another bowl. I'm feeling an itch for like one more time. I need to get myself back into Mojo now that I got that thing all fixed up. Can't just let it sit there all by lonesome. But now my base isn't getting any love. My Huckabee had a bad oil leak also. Yeah, isn't he like doing some sort of like talk show now or some shit? Like some sad, pathetic fucking talk show where he's like trying to be like some comedic like host or something. I got that chicken. Yeah. Not many legs, but I got a breast and a thigh in there too. Well, I mean, I just grabbed, like, I mean, they were really tiny, so I figure at least have some that has some meats on it. Well, buy me a drink for, well, actually, I need to buy you, like, a bunch of drinks, actually.
You can't say that.
That's what I just said, I know! I owe that, oh my god. I owe him, like, 2 bottles of different types. Well, that I was going to replace, like, straight up, though, like, for, like, tomorrow at least. I forgot to do it tonight because I was hanging out with James after work. And he was going to take the bus, and then he was just like, nah, I'm not going to, and then just fucking just following him around.
I realize that my birthday's in, like, 13 days.
Well, that'll be a perfect time, then.
My birthday's on the 10th.
Yeah.
And I don't have to work tomorrow.
Dope. You vote for Mike Huckabee. Let's see what some other laughed at the idea of voting for Bernie. Well, boo. Boo. Unfortunately, I'm not too surprised, because, well, you know, America. Where it's like, you know, people that actually, like, do have, like, actual, like, ideas that could potentially, like, do things. It's like, nah, that's a laughable idea. We can't do that. Let me guess. How are we gonna pay for it? He's too extreme. He's too radical. That will never get through. And even then, how will we pay for it? Guarantee you there's a how are we gonna pay for a thing, you know, all up in that shit. Too radical, too extreme, because things would be too expensive and cause inflation or some random yada yada fuckable nonsense, and then just like, you know, it's like, how are we gonna pay for it? Can't do it. Nice idea, but only works in other places because they're homogenous. Yeah, we're just gonna throw that out there because, you know, just totally not applying anything to that one, though. And also, you know, just like, because they're smaller populations. Don't need to take care of many people. So, that's money. They can pay for it. We can't. Even though we got a fuckload more money than their asses. They do it for cheap. Voted Jill Stein 2016, Green Party again 2020. Nah, don't be. It's not as dumb. Jill Stein's kind of a little bit of a quirk, you know, a little bit, but I voted for her in 2016. I don't really give a fuck. It's what it wasn't even really for her. It was just more of a throwaway vote for this fact I did not want to vote for Hillary or Trump, and that sure as shit it was never going to be on my record. Oh, can I help you? You sweet baby, what's up? You just a sweet baby. Oh my god, look at that face. Look at that little face. You just got to keep your face. It's new. Me. You just a sweet little baby. Well, for Clinton, Trump really disturbed me, and I think Stein is at least mildly anti-vax. Yeah, she wasn't really, like, anti-vax that much in 2016, but it kind of came out more prominently, especially during, like, COVID years and shit. Ah, fuck. Oh, yeah.
You go lay down. That tastes like Christmas in your mouth.
Christmas in the mouth?
Yes.
Jesus, you're right.
Dog? Really? No.
This is...
It's fully broken now. No, it isn't. Never mind.
Not, like, it's just... I mean, I was here yesterday, so maybe that was also partly him, too. Maybe, I don't fucking know. That shit is just, like, fucking murk, though.
What? That? Yeah, you know what it is? Peppermint.
I vote none above 20 unless some changes unexpected. Yeah. They aren't. UK is pretty diverse and has socialized medicine. How if you talk about size trying it, that's just an Asian outside see that got hurt. Yeah. I mean, also like yeah, UK isn't exactly like homogenous. Even within its own country of like white people there. Like you got Anglo-Saxon, you got the Welsh, you got Scots, you got Irish, you got literally like everything else in fucking between. Like, you got Scandinavians there, you got Indians, you got a lot of people that live there now at this point. Like, it's actually a pretty diverse country. In fact, a lot of Europe is. Just because also a lot of them happen to be white or whatever, doesn't necessarily mean that they have, like, probably staunch genetic, ethnic differences between, their neighbors and shit, because they don't, like, they view shit like that differently than a lot of Americans do here. Like, they don't see, like, a Frenchman doesn't see, like, Europe as, like, all white. They see it as, like, European, as in, like, oh, yes, we got the French, the Hungarians, we got, some of the Norwegians, and maybe some Sami up there with them in the far north, and you got the Finns, you got the Slavs of all types from, from, like, the southern Balkan Slavs, from, like, the Bulgarians, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, there's a fucking, like, shitload of different, like, ethnic backgrounds, and all that shit. And they all have, like, very distinctive different things, when you go back far enough. I mean, maybe today, it's like, they definitely have differences, but, probably not as much. But they still definitely see each other as different. They don't all see each other as all, like, the same white peoples there. It's more uniquely legit American thing. And maybe Canadian, too. Probably just in part because we're more detached from it than, from Europe with that, with the complexities with all that in comparison to here.
Dude, I felt like I died fucking Friday.
When you woke up?
Yeah, I felt like death.
I thought you took your food with you, but I saw it in the fridge well after, like, I woke up.
I thought I died. I woke up hungover as fuck, and I'm like,
Oh, I bet.
And then I went to Sarah's. That was even worse.
Oh my god.
I still felt like shit.
I bet. I don't think I've seen you get that litty in a while.
I haven't been that litty in a while because I haven't fucking smoked weed. Drinking, you've seen me that litty, but smoking and then like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. Fancy your merger of Europe a little far apart in internal strife. I mean, it's not even really like either or right now. It's just kind of like a semi-autonomous thing. I mean, it's more of economic union more than anything.
So what do you think of the Christmas in your mouth?
Awesome. I like it.
Okay, you know the lemon mint I used to get? That's their peppermint. They've also got a spearmint and ordering.
What was this?
Oh, I got my shaving shit today too.
Nice.
My mom bought my remember the cleaner I told you I had, the little container for my electric razor? I told you I had a can get cleaner for it.
I don't recall.
I have an automatic fucking razor where if I press it and put it in the cleaner, it runs, stops, runs, stops. So it basically cleans my razor.
Well, I did not know that.
This is your favorite one.
I'm
Here, you might want this, because I'm not gonna smoke that. I literally took like a baby hit, and I was fucking gone.
Yeah,
I thought I was having a conversation
Mm-hmm.
with you, but then I realized, Andrew, you're fucked up. You're crossfaded as fuck.
Yeah.
Like when you went into the bathroom,
Yeah.
I went and laid down.
I noticed that.
I literally thought I could not walk. I was like in and out of consciousness. You know that consciousness you have where you know you're still awake,
Yeah.
but you don't make any sound, and you're like twitching?
Yeah.
I had the twitch.
Oh my god. Harley,
I
yeah,
felt
I saw
really
it too.
good I felt really good when I woke up.
I mean,
I felt well rested.
with a massive hangover, so...
I didn't wake up until 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I imagine.
I
mean, when I woke up and noticed you're all along, I was like, oh, it looks like he took his food. And then, like, later that day, I saw in the fridge, it's like, oh, it's in here.
I woke up in the morning and before I left, I put it in there.
Yeah, I figured.
Don't let me do that again, please.
Yeah.
I don't like the feeling of it. I don't. I don't miss weed at all because of that factor.
Well, also, you were really
I was like, what, 6 beers in?
I mean, if you were just smoking, like, a hit of weed and that was literally it, you probably would have been okay. But you also had, like, 6 beers in and all that. That's probably why, yeah. No, I have a hard...
I was feeling fine with the beer.
But then
But within the weed.
Yeah.
That's what killed me.
Yeah, and because you haven't had it in forever, then that's what fucked you.
Yeah.
Then you say Hungary will probably leave. We keep going. Some authoritarian.
What are we talking about tonight?
I'm just seeing it's kind of like up, like Venom was asking, it's like the EU would manifest in true merger of Europe or fall apart internal strife stuff, which I mean, it's not really like either or necessarily, but I mean, it probably would, yeah, stay status quo.
What did you get with the Doritos?
Hmm?
Are they nacho cheese or are they something else?
Yeah, nacho cheese.
Oh, okay. I saw the...
It's just like some sort of coat thing.
You know what we should buy?
Ketchup
Doritos.
Ketchup to...
Oh,
I don't know about that. Remember when I went overboard with weed, my thought was, when my arms get so heavy. That was one of my thoughts I've had before. It's like, why did I feel so heavy?
That was my whole body.
Yeah. It's a BC, like meth amped to 11. It's not really, but yeah, kind of.
I was falling asleep in the chair.
Yeah, you were like starting to. Yeah.
I thought I was having conversations. That's fucking weird. I think your dad was in here and that was worse.
Oh no.
I think I'm gonna start drinking for a while.
Yeah, I've had it really to drink since that night. Well, actually last night I did. That's when I had that Twisted Tea that was right
Oh, you
there.
did drink mine.
Yeah, I was meaning to replace it tonight when I was at work, but... Yeah.
I'm not gonna drink for a while, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I figured. Or at least, buy the drinks at least, for the birthday at least, to obviously to re-up, to make up for...
Yes, I would like to have my bottles back.
Yeah. It was like Wild Turkey 101 and then Jim Beam.
Southern Comfort.
Southern Comfort and Jim Beam.
And Jim Beam.
Okay.
Wild Turkey, I told you I didn't give a fuck about.
Okay.
The Wild Turkey is what I drank. Wild Turkey 101 is the new one I told you about that just came out.
In that game, I can't shut in that game I can't shut up about. I'm about to colonize Mars. Oh my god, you're doing more than Elon Musk ever could. Not much is for certain.
Is that Rift City?
No, that's Rose. Or not Rose, fucking Venom. Oh my god, like all of them are in here. But yeah, we'll just like name all of the people but the person that I'm actually referring to.
Oh! $186 later.
What?
We bought new lights.
Oh, well, what about
the car?
Yeah, what about them?
We bought new ones.
Okay.
$186.
Better than 400.
That was for 2.
For like,
if we would have got another pair, $210.
well, I mean, it's not like
Oh, and
terrible. Would you rather watch would you rather alright. Would you rather watch Last Ounce of Courage again or eat this? Oh my fucking god. What, so a spam pie? What?
No.
Pie from the 1960s. A little late in the century for war crimes. Crust is saltine. Shift. Butter. Eggy. Marjoram. Are you just making things up? Who are you? You know,
who are you?
Particularly religious, but today might be the day. A cup of evaporated milk. Have you lost the plot? I feel like if I do this correctly, I'm gonna invoke the spirit of Richard Nixon. This ain't this is a bioweapon. Cheddar, you're a monster. Liposuction, look at decorate with almonds. Decorate? How do you decorate a tumor? He says,
with almonds, no less?
they'll toast in the oven. We're not concerned about the almonds. I have utter fear.
Oh!
Oh! God damn! Yeah, this is severe. Tastes like an IHOP kitchen floor.
oh my god.
He's made a lot of different fucking videos.
Yeah, dude, he makes so many different things.
But some of them are actually really good.
Yeah.
He's
just like, well, like, he will act like this and then eat it and you're like, holy shit, this is good. And then sometimes he'll be like, oh, this looks good, and then eat it. It's like, this is what the fuck happened. And that is just repulsive every step of the way. Yeah. And also, it ain't a little late for the Century for War Crime. Well, I guess maybe, I don't know. Depending on what.
Reasons why people initially thought that tomatoes were poisonous.
Oh, this guy. I like this guy.
Well, it was
Well, I like his editing style. Because every now and then he'll, like, hella zoom in on himself. Here. The tomato pill craze. Play it, you fuck.
Initially thought that tomatoes were poisonous. Well, it was rather dumb. Understandable, but dumb. So back when tomatoes were first being introduced to Europe, they didn't actually believe that these fruits were edible. Or if they were, they were more like an aphrodisiac or something along those lines. But they thought that tomatoes were poisonous because a number of people were dying after eating them, especially among the nobility. So in an early version of the scientific method, they thought, okay, eating tomatoes equals poison, equals death. That makes sense. But they didn't check to see if there was another cause. You see, hundreds of years ago, if you were a wealthier person in England, then you were likely utilizing pewter utensils and plates. The problem with pewter is that it has a very large percentage of lead. And tomatoes are highly acidic. So as a person was eating tomatoes on the plate, the juices from it would cause it to leach lead out of the plates, which
and absorb into the tomatoes,
giving them lead poisoning. So I understand why they thought that tomatoes were bad, but they got the source completely wrong. And if you want to see my video on the tomato war, then check the comments.
The tomato war? There's a war on tomatoes? Oh my god, what have we not started a war over? Is there any new Ricky? Actually, he is, like, from my understanding, he's in Vegas, and there actually is a funny thing that he did post while in Vegas as a short. Let me find it, because it's actually kind of funny. Breadstick Ricky, yeah, here, let me look it up.
Oh. Might be getting a Sonic.
A Sonic?
Mm-hmm. There's literally a car. There is a car called a Sonic. Spelled the same way as Sonic.
Huh. Here.
Vegas Phil. Nacho gets a fish platter. Looks great, don't it?
Fish plate.
Seth gets a whole entire fish platter. Okay. I'll get something called endless shrimp.
Endless shrimp. Look at that.
Shrimps and 3 scallops.
Endless shrimp, and what does he get? Literally 3 scallops and 3 shrimps on this, like, fancy bougie ass plate.
After it's $49.
$49.
3 shrimps, 3 scallops. And I found out endless doesn't mean I get more. That's just what they call it.
That guy sounds familiar. Who is
$50.
that?
3 shrimps and 3 scallops.
Breadstick Ricky. Breadstick and Ricky and the boss.
Oh yeah, that's him.
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard that voice before. I'm like, hey, that's him. What's that?
It's just like it's like he's like, oh, I'm gonna order this endless shrimp because I get like this big shrimp platter and it's just endless. Hell yeah. But no, it's just like this little plate while his friends get like this fucking like feast of a plate, which is probably cheaper, by the way. Those fish plates were probably like $30 instead of like $49, like that tiny ass bougie plate.
That literally tastes like Christmas. I don't know. It's fucking, you know those candies you used to get, the red and white ones?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what that is.
Best fragile exit strategy: break a window. Well, yeah. I mean, no shit. Just break a window and fucking hop out of that bitch.
Oh, I'm gonna go in now. No, I'm still fucking there. Fucking girl work with a fucking iPhone.
Are we playing? Here we go.
Our menaces, bruh. They call up the whole squad to come snatch up your food. Like, bruh, I was already struggling trying to hide my limited edition Dora snack from the roaches. But now you're telling me the ants came through, picked up the whole box, and kidnapped my snacky snacks? Cicadas are mad annoying. These dudes need to learn how to put their little asses up. They're like that.
Oh, I like cicadas, though. I mean, we get them every now and then up here in the PNW, too. I like them.
But instead of coming to terms with reality, they decide to sing even louder. You get used to it after a while, but that first time you hear it, it makes you wish you were deaf. Fireflies aren't just valid. Fireflies are elites. These things glow in the dark. You can't tell me that's not the coolest thing any bug has ever done, ever. Period. They even got a banger dedicated to them. Wasps are evil. These dudes stay salty at light because they'll never be valid like bees, even though they copy their whole flow bar for bar. They smell happiness and attack it, and they should rot in pursuit.
And this shit right now. Honestly, it's like the fucked up thing is though they actually do have like needs in the environment. Basically, like they will eat. They're like scavengers and opportunists. Like they will eat just about anything, including stuff that bees will go after too, like pollen stuff like that. Wasps are weird, but also fucking evil. It's like they're basically just like. It's like the cousin like the bee has that the bee just does not want to whatsoever meet, but unfortunately visits during like the family reunions and just has to tolerate them, unfortunately, and everybody hates them.
I gotta know what goofster came up with fire drills. Imagine this: you're at school and out of nowhere you hear somebody call 911. Shawty fire burning. Whoa. What do you do? If you said line up by the wall, wait for your teacher's instructions, and quietly walk outside a burning building by walking through the burning building is the right answer, then I hope you're religious because you're about to meet God. Some teachers really had the audacity during these drills. Like, I swear, the amount of times I heard the phrase, "We are moving until you're silent," is insane. Like, do teachers forget?
Luckily, they did that outside for us. Like, we'd have to be escorted outside for this. And yeah, we'd have to shut our fucking mouths, and then they would have to count all of us after we did that. And then if we were still not shutting the fuck up during that process, they would still not no, I know exactly what he's saying here. I feel his pain.
Their lives are also on the line. And how are you for real risking my life because other people are talking? Listen, I will play along with these drills, but best believe the second the building starts trying to turn me into a 20-piece chicken McNugget, I'm zooming out of it. Wait, don't keep
I'm zooming out of there. Yeah, also, why didn't schools have windows you can open? I know, it's like they had the most complicated fucking locking opening mechanism ever. At least for my schools, they did. It's like oh my god, that fucking dog. It's like you could open them, but you would have to fucking figure out their stupid ass lock mechs and shit.
Wait, don't keep scrolling.
Shut up, shut up. Oh my god, how many times am I clicking for these shorts? Why are they going back for the shorts I just watched? Fuck. That was annoying. God damn. Jesus. So, Cuff, I'm not helping you. I'm not helping you with that. I'm not. Oh. Oh, I thought you were in there. What are you doing? What are you doing? You popped your little head out. Now you got those little ears all perked out. What's going on? Childproof windows to prevent students from jumping out and fleeing for a better life. Dude, that totally is it. That's exactly what it is. It's like, they try to flee, flunk out and leave, but it's like, no. There's a reason why they call schools like little, introductory prisons. Who's baby? It's the baby. Here we go. Just a sweet little goofster. Just a sweet little goofster, that little boy. Here, still feeling that little itch. Here, me. Firescapes. Nah. Sports funding. Have all of our fucking money. And you know what? We'll cut the art department just so you can have more funding for sports. Oh, we're also going to cut the theater department and also cut, some of the teacher salaries to do that as well. Oh, my salaries? No. In fact, I'm going to probably get a bonus that, somewhere between all that. I'm going to find out how I can do that. But, for everything else, though, we're going to cut all that shit. Because, sports is totally what makes the world go around, as we can, show, by people like, Kyrie Irving and people like that, right? It's like, oh yeah, let's, just like basically lead everyone to that, because, we totally have intelligent, smart people in that industry, that career. Not really to dog on it, but like, fuck, like, why are like pretty much like 90% of people who play sports just fucking idiots? And are like starting to just like come out with their stupid nonsense of just like, it's like, what? It's like, it's one thing to just be like, yeah, I got these opinions, but then just like making a whole fucking like an escapade out of it or whatever the fuck. It's just so ridiculous. Like, I think Tom Brady's another one, because he's like a MAGA dude or some shit too. So it's like, I mean, there's a few of these fucking weirdos. It's been like a trend like for the last like year or so, where like these like sport dudes and chicks and shit just like, just start coming out saying stupid fucking shit, and people just take it seriously and think they're like smart because they're good at sports and or intelligent and smart in that way. But just when it comes to literally anything else, they're not. They just aren't. It's like, it's not like, there can't be people obviously that are smart, that are in sports and shit, but like, holy fuck. There's just all like, it seems like, especially lately, like a lot of dumbasses. This guy is basically like doing the whole Black Israelite shit too, just like Kanye. Luckily not to the same extent though. He's just kind of like, he shared like some anti-Semitic documentary and was like, well, I'm not like trying to like, claim that's, anti-Semitism here. I'm just saying, it's like, what about like, trying my peoples and blah, 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 because I come from, but he buys into the same bullshit. He's just a lot more tacit about it. It's honestly kind of a good contrast between, Black Israelites, honestly, where you get like the extremists like Kanye, and then you get like some of the more soft believers like Kyrie Irving, which either way, they're both stupid, but one of them's just psychotically stupid and the other one's just dumb. So, I mean, it's like, that's just like the, like really the big key diff on that shit, honestly. And I do think it's kind of a problem, because also, like, a lot of progressive lefty types seem to think it's like some masquerade idea of like leftism or something, and it's like, literally, no, it's not. It's a very far right idea. If anything, it's kind of a fascistic idea. So it's like, what the fuck? Like, no, it's not. I mean, it's like, what? Like, no. Like, just because they happen to be like, black and a minority does not mean that they're going to be like, fucking, like progressive or leftist by nature. If they happen to be a Black Israelite, weird, like racist anti-Semite, then they're not a good person. Fuck that person. Like, they're not cool. Like, I don't care if they're black or not. It's like, if you're an asshole, especially an anti-Semite, you shouldn't be liked. Like, no one should like you. But like apparently to a lot for at least some elements of like progressive lefties or libs especially, it seemed more as like, yeah, it's okay and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, not really. It undermines a lot of the progress more than anything.
Yeah.
It's like gay and lesbian, biphobic, transphobes. Oh yeah, dude. Dude, especially being bi, I get that biphobic shit every now and then, and it's not like it offends me or nothing. It just annoys me. It's just like, it's like the fuck. It's like fuck you, go away, shut up. It's like, well, like what do you know? It's like, oh, it's like you've only had sex with dudes, so you must be just gay. It's like, no, I like women too. It's like, I'm not just gay, you fucking weirdo. It's like, God. It just gets more annoying with me than anything else. These people are a minority group and they want to gatekeep it even more. Exactly. I mean, that's like another thing too. And also like gatekeep, like, which minorities are like, the better ones, or who should, be given special treatment, who shouldn't and shit. It just buys into more of that, like hierarchical race structure bullshit that racists love to espouse and push. It's just fueling that type of idea. So if it feels those type of ideas, then fuck those ideas. I ain't about it. I mean, it's the same thing, with a lot of pagan, not like pagan revisionists, but like, reformists or something, like, resurgence, I guess. Like, people are like, kind of bringing paganism back a little bit, being pagans, whether they're like Norse pagans or Celtic pagans and shit. But it's the same thing there, like, because there are a lot of, people like me who might have an interest or, like curiosity or affinity about, like, paganism stuff, including like the symbolism and symbology and stuff like that. But there's also a lot of white-ass neo-Nazi pieces of shit that fucking use it to, espouse their fucking bullshit. And that is exceptionally fucking disgusting, too, because it's just the same type of stuff. Where it's like you do a total fucking revisionist idea about, like, where you came from, or where your background is, and, when it's all arbitrary anyway. I mean, just because I happen to be, like, Irish and a little Norwegian and shit doesn't mean I have, like, some weird, like, superior complex of, like, oh, Celtic paganism or Norse Vikings and shit, we're, like, superior to everybody else, and thus we need to, like, tap back into those roots and shit. It's like, fuck that. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, sure, I have an appreciation for that stuff, and maybe bring some of the more cooler elements of that culture back into more modern lens, I'm fine with that, but like having some weird superiority element to it, I just fuck that shit. There ain't nothing superior about it, but having it brought back up to a more modern lens, I mean, that ain't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, it's like the whole Thor's hammer thing, like an element of that being brought into modern senses. I mean, kind of like Marvel a little bit. I mean, where they kind of made some of like Norse mythology kind of literally interwoven into their whole like superhero universe. So it's just like, I mean, you can easily take like some of these old like paganistic and older cultures and have it modernized and put it into a modern lens, and that's obviously fine. If anything, it's loved, in a lot of ways. And even if like the like different, like accuracies or whatever the fuck between like Thor and Marvel's like superhero universe versus fucking into the mythology, who cares? Like, I mean, they're totally two different Thors, so but either way, I mean, still brings it up in a modern light, and that's cool. So like, I mean, and that's, like a lot of the same shit with like when Christianity stole a lot of like the Christmas trees and all that type of shit. A lot of like the wreaths and in the gifts and festivities, like taking that from pagans and shit was kind of another way of doing it too. Kind of modernizing it, at least for their time, into a lens to where at least people wouldn't be as pagan, at least convert to Christianity because they have adopted some of their ideas in a more modern Christian lens for that time. Back in like the fucking 8th century or whatever the fuck. It's like saying you only eat fruit, so you must not like vegetables. No, some are fine, I just prefer fruit more. Aha! Confirmed! Only a fruit eater! I know, it's just, it gets ridiculous. Still feeling the itch. Okay. You know, I'll say, yeah, I kind of figured there was something off a little bit when I was playing it earlier. Here, what was it? Where was it? Where was the thing? There it is. Okay. Just need to remember the chords. Slip up in the middle of it. And just a little bit of a slip. I think sports funding is state-specific. Oregon doesn't have much on school sports besides that one you have to college. I don't know. I kind of remember our high school, while especially being in the band program and the arts programs and stuff, like in art classes and shit. They honestly felt a lot of budget cuts off and on throughout the years up until our graduation and shit, mainly because they were funding a lot of the sports and shit. Like, our school kind of got hit with a lot of, like, you know, getting hit with, you know, let's fund sports more and shit like that, in detriment to things like band and shit. Like, there was a point where they actually took out symphonic jazz for a couple years. Actually, they had it gone, I think, when we were freshmen, and then brought it back, I think, junior fucking year. So, and mainly because they cut funding for sports to increase that shit, because they were trying to, like, get their football team looking good and better again, because they sucked, and also because their basketball team was good. And, you know, and that was, like, kind of one of the things they had going for them. So it's mainly a lot of that shit. Like our school got hit with that type of shit too, and I'm sure the other high schools, you know, were feeling the same. Maybe not all of Oregon, but at least around here in Clack School District, yeah, a little bit. It's not like in those 10-6 is blowing their budgets on massive stadiums for a fucking high school. Yeah, well, sure, yeah. It's not like that. I will give you that. It's not to the level where, like, a fat-ass stadium for, like, a bumblefuck town of, like, 2,000 people, you know, like, yeah, it ain't like that, but, I mean, there's still, you know, similar discrepancies, just, you know, not to that extent, obviously, where literally everything basically just gets utterly fucking fucked, where it's like there basically is no arts program, there ain't no theater program, there's barely a band program, you know, shit like that, because the band program should be allowed so they can have a pep band and marching bands. But beyond that, they'll just make sure it's bare minimally funded. Which is why we at least still had our band and shit, because at least especially for marching bands, that was the one thing that kept, at least especially some of the arts program at high school alive. Was because the band director, especially when he started working there, shaped the entire fucking, really the entire music program at the school, because it was very much get to a point where they were going to just cut it entirely, because it was so poorly funded and just not doing well and doing it good at all. And there wasn't enough students getting into it. But around the time V got in there and shit, he like made it so it actually was like worth it again, and actually made it so kids wanted to go back into the band program and stuff like that. So I mean, he's partly a reason why I think there is still like a pretty decent amount of funding to it, and I think he still works at the school. I have to see him one of these days and visit him, say what's up. Because if he's still working there after all these years, I'm just gonna be like, God damn, bro, you're gonna like have an heir, like a someone proper, take your place, because like shit, dude. Because I can see him being like drumming, because he's primarily a drummer, and fucking like a really good drummer too, actually. Like he's like got really great chops when it comes to playing a drum kit. But like, I mean, honestly, I could see him like performing in like a really cool like fusion jazz band and shit, because he's kind of done that a little bit, where in the jazz ensembles in high school, where he'll actually take place as a drummer for one or two songs, because there's like too much of a complicated drum solo for the actual drummer to do necessarily. So he will fill in the role. It wasn't like, oh, the kid can't do it. It's just like, yeah, you probably, unless you could do it and you could show it to me, then I'm not going to, make you do it. But hey, if you work on your own time and are able to show it off, then, I would expect you to do it. But like, at that point, like it's fucking Whiplash or some shit. But, you'll start being that way at that point. But, I mean, like if he's just like, if you don't think you could do it, then, just make sure, just let me know. Then I can fill in the role for that. Because, percussion always had it easy with that son of a... He always had a bias towards percussion. Percussion were a lot more, like, did not feel the heat with him as much as, like, anybody else. Like, when it comes to, like, any other section. Apparently, orchestra hated him. Like, anyone who was in orchestra apparently did not like him at all. And I'm just like... Well, I sat here just like... I don't know, like, if anything, he just, seemed like a dude who actually gave a shit, so I saw, when he was actually frustrated and angry because of giving a shit, and I've also, seen him passionate about, different things, so I knowing his character, I'm just like, well, maybe because, I don't know, I'm just not necessarily, like, the, primary, like, thing that, he's maybe not necessarily the most interested in, but, like, it's not his forte, so to speak. So that would be my guess. The NCAA, NFL, NBA, NHL would be taxed to fully funded school sports. Taxpayers shouldn't be fit in the bill when these billionaires make massive amounts of money. Yeah, I really do agree with that, honestly. Like, I mean, at the very least, like, I mean, that would, at least in some part, I would say, it's like, hey, if it's like if there's like a lot of programs or like benefits, especially when it comes to sports of a school, then that should be taken care of in some parts, at the very minimal, by these different sports organizations, especially for whichever those students are going into. So if they're going into football, then NFL, and when it comes to basketball, NBA, hockey, NHL, etc. Baseball, the fucking what's it called? The NBL, National Baseball League. I think that's what it's called. How about Ron DeSanctimonious? Ron DeSanctimonious. He's very DeSanctimonious. It's very sad, people. Let me just say, very sad. I will very, very likely probably run. I'm out here in Iowa to let you fine people know that I may very, very probably run. My God, dude. What a fucking fruit. I still feel like, I haven't watched the video. I saw a Rational National video, like, about it, because it had, like, Ron DeSantis saying, it had something in there, like, Trump nicknamed Ron DeSantis, and the right turns on him. I don't know if that's, like, turns on him, meaning, like, DeSantis or Trump. Like, so, I'll watch this video, and, we'll check it out, see if, because I think it's turning on DeSantis, if I'm having to take a guess. What the fuck was that, dog? Some bitch slapping shit with your tail? Damn. You gotta be careful of your tail, bro. That shit legal fucking, like, certified weapon. The ATF ought to be, like, watching her ass, dude.
Trying to act like he's upset at me for doing well. I think that's total bunk.
Ron DeSanctimonious at 10%.
Ron DeSanctimonious, he's at 10%. Very sad. Oh, that's not tremendous. Very DeSanctimonious. Oh, Ronnie DeSanctimonious, let me just say, very sad. Very sad indeed.
During a midterm rally in Pennsylvania, former President Donald Trump attacked Ron DeSantis directly for what I think is the first time in this utilization of a terrible nickname. So I'm going to get to my impressions on that, but I'm also going to get to the reaction from conservatives to this moment, which may surprise you. So of course, for months, Trump has been attacking DeSantis through his aides, has not been willing yet to do it, directly, but here he was last night in Pennsylvania at this rally, and this is the full context.
I was not in Iowa, I was in Pennsylvania. I was in Pennsylvania, yes. Tremendous.
There it is, Trump at 71, Ron DeSanctimonious at 10%, Mike Pence at 7. Oh, Mike's doing better than I thought.
Oh, Mike's doing better than I thought. Ooh, it's very sad indeed.
It was just name calling him in passing, and there wasn't even really a reaction from the crowd, because honestly, I don't think people there even know what the word means.
I don't think they do.
To use the biggest word he knows.
Honestly, I'm surprised he even knows the word.
As an attack line on DeSantis, not very effective for the audience you were speaking to. So, for any Trump supporters out there that are still confused, here is the definition of sanctimonious: making a show of being morally superior to other people. Which not only describes Trump as well, but basically every politician. So
yeah.
For him to...
This is like a criteria of being fucking a politician. You have to feel all sanctimonious and shit. Yeah. That's basically normal for any politician. I was gonna call Mike Pence Mike Penis. Mike Penis! Nah. Nah, you wouldn't do that. Well, he probably would, but... I mean, not for his crowd. His aides would be like, "Now we gotta at least make it, palatable for the crowd." Good one, Mr. President. But I mean, we gotta make something a little bit better than that, just for the crowd. We don't want them being all like potty mouth stuff. We don't want them, feeling that way. We gotta make sure the Christian wine moms, stay on our side here, Mr. President.
Name to attack Ron DeSantis is so stupid. he could have done a much better job. I mean, is this the best you got? This is terrible.
Mike Pansy.
So get to the reaction.
Mike Pansy. We got Mike Pansy over here. You know, he's a coward. He did not want to hold firm against the establishment. He did not want to stand against the globalists. Dude, he would use Mike Pansy. Dude, it's Mike Pansy. If he, like, I guarantee fuck it to you, it's Mike Pansy. And it fits. It actually works. He did not. He was a big pansy on January 6th. Very sad. Mike Pansy did not hold the line against the against the establishment and the globalists. This is Trump's greatest. I didn't say it was his greatest. I'm just saying that, like, for Mike Pence, he would use Mike Pansy instead of Mike Penis. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, DeSanctimonious is like, I disagree with David Dole. Like, I think it is definitely up there. When it comes to, like, Trump insults, it's at least, like, top 3 for sure. There's, like, Markobot, Lion Ted. He just said, for Bernie, he literally just called him Crazy Bernie. Ah, that Crazy Bernie. That one's not really good, though, so that's definitely not top 3. That's actually more like bottom 3. Yeah, so, I mean, Lion Ted, that's more of like in the middle. I thought you came up with Marco Bot. Trump's this little Marco. Oh, little Marco. Well, he was little. You know what? I should probably put Lion Ted up there because he made Ted Cruz basically his fucking cuck. Like, not only did he cuck him, but he, like, bred him like a bitch. Like, he made a public breeding session of him on the 2016 campaign trail. Like, that's what Trump did to Ted Cruz. So, Marco Bot is pretty good. I think, you know what, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure Marco Bot was Kyle Kalinske. I think that's what he did. Here, I need to refill the water bowl for the pup. You want some water? You want some water? You want some vodka? Look what she did. Yeah, you did that. You're a crazy boy. You're just a crazy little sweet boy. Yes, you will. Just a little sweet boy. Just a little sweet boy. Yes, you will. Oh my goodness. Yes, you will. What?
Guess what it's supposed to be doing?
What?
Snowing.
Is it snowing right now?
It came up on my weather report.
Huh. Okay. Based. It's probably not going to be that.
It's just going to be different.
It's going to be just slush, if that's the case, because it's just been raining all day, so it's just going to be slushy. It's not going to be cool. No pun intended.
This I found very interesting from Daily Beast. So the Daily Beast previously reported that Trump intends to hit DeSantis and isn't backing down anytime soon. So that was the reporting
not
before
snowing.
This attack.
Well, I'm also a little bit more south and also, like, a little bit on a hill, so could be different around here.
Trump's going to end up doing to DeSantis and his wife what he did to Cruz and his wife, a Trump advisor told the Daily Beast. So Trump, of course, this is all about him. It's always been about him. Apparently, just now, there are Republican supporters that are now realizing this. But, I don't know. I mean, I would have thought yes. DeSantis, especially after seeing him in that debate with Charlie Crist, where he got absolutely destroyed by Crist, which is surprising because I think Crist isn't that good of a politician. After seeing that, I thought for sure, yeah, Trump could, eat DeSantis alive. But now after seeing what Trump's got, I am not so sure anymore. Though, I'm sure there'll be more attacks, and they have to improve because this was terrible. But,
oh my god, it's not that bad, dude. Like, bruh. David, stop it. Stop it.
On Trump for attacking Ron DeSantis. So I'm going to get some...
Wait, so conservatives are... Oh. See, this is why I think DeSantis actually could be a problem at 24, because if just that one tiny little blip, you know, are causing conservatives to go further away from Trump, then... and he's going to also continue to attack DeSantis as well, then that's not going to be good for him. If anything, going up to him and having him as a VP, which he hates the fucking idea of doing, because it would fucking, you know, like, basically fucking, you know, like, hit his ego, and doesn't want that, because he has another egomaniac, you know, trying to garner power, and he doesn't want that guy close. That's why he had Mike Pence, because he was basically like a little puppet. You know, so he doesn't want him. And that would actually, you know, but the sad thing is, that would actually benefit him, but of course, he's just straight up not going to do that. Yeah, because DeSantis is a fucking threat to him, and he knows it. And by proxy, it's a threat to the rest of us. Which is honestly why I kind of feel sad that, you know, the conservatives are going all against Trump now, because, I mean... Well, you know, let it back and forth happen. I mean, the thing is, though, I actually do kind of hope Trump kind of comes out on top a little bit. Not because he's better, but because, like, he's just, like, well, he's going to be, like, less destructive than DeSantis, so to speak, if, you know, in a sense that he's very likely not to, you know, wouldn't win. Even if it was Biden, I don't think he would win. Like DeSantis, though, I do see a strong, you know, element of him winning if it was especially against Biden. But Trump, I don't know. Like, there would be too much of this type of, like, conflictual bullshit, you know, where I guess maybe conservatives might be like, well, I didn't want him, but fine, you know. But I feel like there would be, you know, a decent amount of them that would probably just sit out anyway. But I don't know. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see what happens, you know, I guess especially, you know, once the debates start rolling up.
All these tabs.
Can you imagine?
First, I just want to show you this clip. This is from
well, I mean, like I said, I don't see it happening, but I can imagine it, and it's horrible. It's bad. You know, so I don't want that. It'd basically be like a Bush-Cheney situation where Cheney's basically running shit. Like, and basically taking Bush for a loop. In this case, it'd be Trump for a loop. You know, because DeSantis is far more competent. Like, this is why, you know, I think, you know, to me especially, you know, DeSantis is a lot more of a threat. And I've been blaring that. Yeah, I'm saying, I'm like, I'm trying to warn me, like, yo, watch out for this fucker.
February. So this is DeSantis insisting that Trump is his friend and wants to see him do well.
Oh, no, you're gonna cuck up to him like Ted Cruz did. See, this is kind of a reassuring thing, at least for me, because, like, if you're willing to be a cuck like fucking Ted Cruz was and be like, he's my friend, it's like, dude, then you really are not going to get far. You're gonna, like, foil yourself. Like, because Republicans don't like weak bitches who are gonna be cucking up, you know, to the strongman guy. They want the strongman. Because, well, they're cucks themselves. Yeah, so it's just like, I mean, you gotta be the strong man there, bud. You can't just, like, be all Mr. Nice Guy, you know, and then once you're in power, you do that type of shit.
He is proud when people do well. And it's not just me, but obviously he's a Florida resident, and he appreciates the job that we've done. He's told me that many times, not only with helping with the election, but just how we've governed the state. And I think he looks around the country. He wants to see Republicans doing well. And I think when media is trying to act like he's upset at me for doing well, I think that's total bunk. I think they're just making it up.
I think it's just a bunch of bunk and a bunch of fake news. I got nothing to say about that. Fuck you, basically. Now let me slobber all up of that Cheeto dick.
That, yes, I do think Trump wants to see Republicans do well, as long as those Republicans support him.
Yeah.
And do not question anything Trump says, then yes, he wants to see them do well. But if they challenge his power in any way, as DeSantis is planning to do, apparently, with a run for president, then, you know, the gloves come off. So let me get to
DeSantis might cook out in BVP. Again, I don't think Trump will allow that. Especially after, like, a whole debate back and forth, like, on a primary situation, you know, against each other. Yeah, no. Because look at Mike Pence. He wasn't on that debate stage at all. He was just picked up randomly. Like, Trump is going to pick some random fuck like that up instead. Like, he's not going to pick up somebody he was debating against because, to him, that's seen as being weak.
So I just want to show you their reaction because this is, I guess what matters here in this fight. Matt Walsh here from the Daily Wire, tweeting out, DeSantis is an extremely effective conservative governor who has had real policy...
Would Trump pick for VP? Honestly, probably someone like Matt Gaetz, maybe. Maybe, somebody like... What's his fucking name? I'm forgetting his name. I think he's in Congress or something. There's like some dude. What the fuck was his name? I get all these names mixed up. Marjorie Taylor Greene, honestly, is probably a possibility. Oh, maybe J.D. Vance? Maybe. Like, honestly, like, any of these, like, more Trump sycophantic types and, who are, like, in Congress, potentially. Or maybe governor, too. Carrie Lake is probably another option. Like, he would probably pick somebody like that. Herschel Walker, maybe. I wouldn't rule it out. Tucker Carlson, probably not. I mean, that's another maybe, but probably not. Because he's too valuable as a propagandist and as a speaker. So, he wouldn't have much influence or power if he's a VP. I mean, probably, well, more than he probably would, but just in different ways, but not in a level that he's most useful in. Alex Jones. I would say probably for the meme, but no. Mike Pence. Like, if Trump had his way, he would have him publicly hanged. Like, I mean, let's just be honest. Like, Trump hates him now. He sees him as a traitor. Gabbard. Oh, dude, you're fucking right, bro. Tulsi Gabbard. That, honestly, you're right. I feel like that would be it. I have a strong feeling that's it right there. Oh, dude, honestly, you're right. Because she's a... Oh, dude, it hits it perfectly. She's a woman. She's a... I left a left grift fuck, who's a right-winger, who's also pro-war as much as she pretends to fucking be anti-war and all this shit. Like, I mean, nah. Like, I mean, no, yeah, she would be a... She's top choice for sure. Like, should be at least, like, the top 3 picks, for Trump, when time comes around. That... I feel like J.D. Vance would be another one. I feel like there would be a couple people. But Gabbard is, yeah, I see that. Because she can also be like, see, I'm a Democrat that supports him, formally, because, they got too woke and he understands and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it would work fucking excellently. It'd actually work in his favor. He would have somebody who could be more of the civil voice for him as well. And, yeah. Honestly, it fits all the bars of what, the GOP would fucking want. Because she'd be like a good little minority token girl to fucking, endorse and spout all of his fucking fascistic bullshit. So, and plus she supports far-right nationalist fucking, like, people like Modi in India and shit. So, like, the glove fits perfect. I would actually be, thinking about it, I'd be kind of shocked if it wasn't her now. Trump, Obama, 2024, Obama gets fed up. Oh my god, dude, that would be a curveball, bro. Dude, if that happens, I don't even know, bro. I think I'll just literally, like, find as much mushrooms as possible and just take all of them at once and just let myself be zonked for the rest of this timeline, because there's just no way I would be able to just process it without any other metric. Because if out of nowhere it's like, I, Barack Obama, will now be the vice president for Donald John Trump. That's right. What if, like, that's a way for him to actually sneak back into the presidency for a 3rd term? Just wax Trump. Obama, becomes the VP for Trump. Trump just mysteriously dies for, unknown causes. Obama's president again. Bruh, what if it's just like a deep state cabal situation there? Gabbard has one thing going against her. She hasn't really stuck up to Trump yet. Trump has historically rewarding unquestioned loyalty. Well, I think it's because she's currently playing her cards close. She's seeing what opportunities she has available for herself right now. And honestly, a VP pick, which she used to be, I think, a governor of Hawaii and then a congresswoman of Hawaii. So she has experience in government. So, you know, getting suddenly very high up that government food chain like that, you know, benefits her a lot. Especially for war profiteers and war industrialists and shit. So, there's that. I mean, Gabbard was never governor. Didn't she have like some other seat in Hawaii? Like, I know she did some other stuff outside of being a congresswoman. Like, there was something else before being a congresswoman that she did. Because I know she was in the military service, and then she like ran for something in the House of Reps. So it's just a congresswoman then? Okay. I thought she did some other shit outside of, like, you know, her veteran service or, you know, military service, whatever the fuck. Because that's usually how it works with a lot of these people who are in Congress. They usually, like, have, like, you know, some other run, you know, somewhere else, you know, before they go into Congress and shit. Like, either being, like, a governor, mayor, or some other stuff, but I guess not. But, yeah, either way, she still has experience in government, though. I mean, and that also would prove to be a plus for her as well. Except I loves Queen. Yeah, it's homophobic. Well, I mean, like, well, what can you do? She was second in command of the DNC to W. Washington Schultz. Well, that's also, well, that's partially why she left the DNC, too, was because of the Hillary fucking grip, you know, and shit. It's like literally the only good thing that she did while being there was leaving it. And even then, that's pretty much, like, that frankly is like the only good thing she did. But it ended up becoming worse. It's like, frankly, she probably would be better off just sucking up to the Clinton establishment at this point, but no. Well, Clinton establishment is also, he panders a lot to woke stuff, so. But not like, you know, but like corporate woke shit, though. Not like actual, like, social justice stuff, so it's just like, that's what she's, you know, like, you know, so, yeah, never mind. She would never do that. Wouldn't fit with the grift. She was on the Honolulu City Council and Hawaii State Legislator, that is all. Okay, yeah, so she was in the State Legislator and City Council in Honolulu, okay. Alright, so she does also have some prior political experience before being in Congresswoman, okay. I figured, yeah, so she kind of worked her way up a little. As it usually is, because they're careerists. That's all what we all need to see on that vid, I think. Little boo boo. What are you doing? Did you watch Dragon Ball Z growing up? Not really. Like I watched some of it every now and then, but I never really, like, you know, watched it extensively. I chose to actually think Rage Against the Machine was pro-Trump also. Dude, I actually unironically will see in, like, YouTube videos of, like, Rage Against the Machine where the comments are up and stuff. Also, people like, I used to like Rage Against the Machine until they got all woke and lefty and shit. It's like, you fucking absolute dingbatted pieces of retarded shit. It's like they're staunch leftists literally from the jump. They've always been leftist as fuck. It's like, you know, people who think Rammstein, you know, like people who are like conservative or right-wing as fuck and they think Rammstein is like conservative or right-wing or something. It's like, no, they're leftists and not just leftists, but anti-fascist as fuck. Like, I mean, it's like they grew up in East Germany, damn it. Like, I mean, like it's like they have no fond of anything right-wing at all. You know, so it's like, huh? It's like, I love these people who are so goofy that don't realize, like, the background of a lot of the bands and shit, and realize, like, I mean, you know, how, like, left they are and shit. So when they think they're conservative as hell. And also, like, Rammstein literally has a song about them being leftists called Links soll die wir. it just literally translates directly to left 2 3 4. It's basically like it's meant to be kind of like a military like style, like with when it comes to like the beat and shit with the song. It's actually a really awesome song. I would play it, but playing Rammstein is fucking really stingy. It's really, really stingy. But basically, like, the whole theme of the song is basically just like, my heart beats left, like, you know, that's where my, you know, like, heart lies. You know, that's where my, you know, convictions and my principles lies, on the left. Like, that's basically it's the whole premise of the song. I know people get mad at Rage for being anarchist. Like, a third of their songs is praising anarchism. Like, a third of their discography is, like, praising that shit. Huh? Like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, if any of these people, like, look at even just, like, one interview with Zach De La Rocha, they would immediately know that, like, especially him, he's anarchist as fuck. Like, very anarchist as fuck. I like people who don't know the boys make fun of conservatives. I didn't even watch the show and I knew that. Yeah, same here. I literally have seen, like, the most that I've ever been exposed to the boys is through clips on YouTube, and every clip I can see it literally fucking on conservatives. Even the people in the YouTube comments recognize it. It's like, I love how there are some conservatives out there that, you know, think this is, like, you know, a positive view of them, and it's like, I'm just like, damn, even people in here realize that. And then every now and then I might find conservatives like, you know, it's like, I love how awesome badass that, you know, like, I forgot what the Captain America, like, evil fucking dude is named, but, like, basically, like, they're just like, oh, he's awesome and stuff, and it's like, you know, he's meant to look like an utter piece of fucking shit because he is a piece of shit. Like, that's the point. Homelander, yeah, his name is Homelander. Well, yeah, there's Soldier Boy too, but from my understanding, isn't Soldier Boy like one of the better characters? Implying that any of them are good. Like, the idea is that none of them are good, but Homelander especially. From my understanding, I think Soldier Boy is meant to be like one of the better characters. And also, Homelander literally, like, was for, well, not for, like, actual romantic purposes, but was literally fucking an actual Nazi. Like a Nazi superhero and shit. And the only reason why she loved him so much, because in her mind, or in her Nazi idea, it was is that, oh, he's, like, literally the perfect, like, peak Ubermensch, peak Aryan and all that shit. Like, I mean, because her character was basically, well, literally the embodiment of a neo-Nazi, while Homelander was the embodiment of American nationalism. Which, of course, you know, seeing how those two went hand in hand so well together, yeah, it's like, that show's obviously meant to fuck on these people, and I love how so many of them don't get it. It's like, it's like, good. Honestly, stay ignorant then, you sad piece of shit. Let us enjoy and laugh at you while you go, huh? Is this supposed to make fun of us? It's like, yep. I still need to watch that show, honestly. I just set some time aside to just binge that entire show. At least up till its current date right now. Because I still think it's ongoing. It's 10 times worse than the comics. From what I understand, I've seen some videos about, like, Homelander. Like, I've kind of let myself get spoiled to the show a little bit. Even though I kind of forgot some of it already. But at least from what I understand, like, they did, like, and this is saying something, like, because Homelander in the show is fucking, like, psychopathic as fuck. Like, he's psychotic. Like, he would literally just, like, kill a bunch of civilians and literally just let entire aircraft full of people who literally are praising him for helping them. But now because he killed the pilots by accident, he's like, well, I'm just going to kill everybody now because, you know, I can't save everybody. It'll take too long and blah, 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 blah. And basically literally let everybody die. It's just like, the dude's psychotic as fuck. And, like, but in the comics, he's quite fucking worse. This clip from the comic, and it shows one of the coldest motherfuckers in fiction. When you stand up to Homelander. Ooh. Well, don't need the music that much. These don't open the whole way. You'll have to smash your way or use your laser vision or something. Just try to do it quietly. I'm having the worst headache of my entire life. Security, stand down. Lester, I don't... Stand down, I don't need to do anything. I don't mean any wise. There's nothing to get to you anyway. I see, but just left the cat out of the bag. Only because there's nonsense of yours... only because of your nonsense of yours in Washington. I tell you how many years of work you've earned, but I can't imagine the government. The government is superhuman. Why? Because you've never managed to impress me. Think about it, this is par for the course of you. When have you ever done anything remotely interesting or original? What have you thought of to do that is a little speck of this pointless species couldn't, where they'd be granted your level of power? Woo. And what next? Destroy another airliner, dismember more families, that kind of thing. The spoiled child's personal Auschwitz. It's so petty. It's actually quite embarrassing. I'm just glad I won't be alive to see it. What? What? I think I'll save you the trouble. I'll drop. Stop fucking around. You think I need to impress you? You smug fucking cocksucking prick. You really think I'm looking for... oh god, kill me now. Because I just stood and took your shit, and when anytime I choose I could have, please kill me. Yo! He looks unimpressed. Just keep watching, that's all I'm gonna say. I will, believe me, shut up. As he smashes another window. Or I would, if I thought you had something worth saying. It's funny though, because Homelander is naturally a fighter. Any confrontation with your hero, the same strength but higher skill, he gets bitch made. For a contest, Homelander got a bunch of heroes together to attack Capital just to get some kind of reaction out of the sky, and still nothing. Yeah, I mean, evidently he does not seem impressed. In fact, he wants to just like die. Basically, it's like, ugh, you do not impress me so much to the point. It's just like, ugh, just kill me instead. You said stop. It's like, damn, oof, like wrecked. Because Homelander is basically the like peak equivalent of like an insecure little bitch. It's like, because he basically looks at anybody who might be remotely weaker than him and take advantage and exploit and fuck with them as much as he wants, but anyone that happens to be on equal or better footing, he gets bitch made. Shows equivalent to this guy. When a meeting with your boss doesn't go quite to plan. of the boys. Oh, this is a part of the boys. I'll be careful of this. I might stop this every now and then.
Morning, Homelander. To what do I owe the pleasure?
To what do I owe the pleasure, the good
sir.
sir.
99, so figured I'd pay you a visit. What a lovely idea.
Evil Superman, who's also like basically the symbolism of hyper-American nationalism. Yes.
After all, you run a superhero company and you never check in with your superheroes.
I mean, see his cape.
Like, well, I don't know, around the hiring of that girl, for example. You wish to be consulted on Stormfront? Oh, why not?
Stormfront, by the way, is that Nazi superhero I was talking about. The Nazi bitch. Her name is literally Stormfront. Which is named after a Nazi organization, too. A neo-Nazi group. At least in America. I'm sure there's an equivalent in Germany, too. And in Europe. Emerald City Blackberry Cider. Ooh, that is some good shit. I love that cider. Well, oh, wait. Blackberry Pear Cider. Oh, wait. That's a different cider, actually. I know there's a blackberry cider that we've had before, but ooh, that sounds delicious. So I want some of that.
I'm the leader of the Seven, for which you have my undying respect. See, I don't think I do.
Oh, that guy played Gus.
No, not even Madeline.
In Breaking Bad.
Would have dared to try and pull this kind of shit. Oh, of course, you know how important you are to everyone involved. No, Stan. I am Vought. You show my photo to some illiterate fucking camel jockey in the middle of the Sahara, he's gonna turn around and say, Homelander, in perfect American.
The perfect American. See? He's literally the symbolic embodiment of hyper-American nationalism. That's his personality in a nutshell.
Maybe it's time I move on. How do you think your shareholders would feel about that? What do you know about Frederick Vought?
I don't know, I killed him. Probably, I don't know.
Vought.
Cut him half of my heat vision.
Well, I don't know. Not a lot, probably. I only read his autobiography 5 times. Not the self-serving bullshit that we peddle to the shareholders, the real story. Enlighten me. Got his doctorate from Munich, ahead of his time in genetics. Such the rising young star that...
Well, Fred died way before the series began, I'm guessing. Ah, okay.
Where he enjoyed a ready supply of human subjects on which to test his earliest iterations of Compound V, for which we condemn in the strongest of possible terms. Early in '44, he felt the winds change, got spirited away to the Allies. When Oppenheimer was flailing with the bomb, Dr. Vought already had practical applications of Compound V.
Ah, so, okay, this is during World War II.
Heroes.
Hence why, Stormfront probably existed, because the switch to the Allies, if you heard that.
Boy, killing Germans by the dozen. So...
Compound V is the source of the powers.
And he became as one...
I'm not surprised, I figured.
As Disney
some lore.
And Edison. Well, this is a truly fascinating and slightly condescending lecture, but I don't think I see the point, Stan. The point is that you are under a misconception that we are a superhero company. We are not. What we are, really, is a pharmaceutical company. And you are not our most valuable asset. That would be our confidential formula for Compound V, which you, man-child that you are, released into the wild.
Oops.
Don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about, that one. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit. I'm just gonna deny everything. Because America, bitch.
To get you and your cronies into national defense. But maybe at the cost of destroying the whole company. I don't think I appreciate your tone, sir. Not much at all. And I don't appreciate that the FDA now knows about Compound V. Or that's only a matter of time.
It's like trying to lie badly to your mom. I know, dude.
For the public finds out. While you're preening at the Golden Globes, we're busy running around like maniacs trying to clean up the mess you made.
Ooh.
I don't have to consult you about
Stormfront or anything else. Now, I believe you have a premiere of Tech Night Lives to go to.
I wish it didn't zoom out like that. You could just watch him building up in his fucking anger and shit. Just like, I loved it. I haven't, man, shout out that you are. He's gonna need some milk after that one. Hold on, I gotta give that comment a like. Where is it? That one, that one needs a like. Oh my god, that's good. Gus Fring will always excel in his duties as CEO, no matter which company he's working for. Based and true. Gus Fring is always excelling. See, that's why, like, that's my first thing when I saw him. I was like, oh, Gus Fring. Successful in any company that he runs. I love it. He honestly is a really good actor, though. I really like how, you know, he can be just, like, so nice and, like, polite, and then just, like, I will fuck your entire life up, like, so quick. And just so stern and serious. Like, he really is a good actor. He could honestly be like this Jen's Morgan Freeman if, you know, to got himself out there a little more. Well, I mean, I guess if, yeah, like, Hollywood could get him in shit more. Because I don't really know him from Breaking Bad as Gus Fring, but like he can really expand into some other roles though. He's got those chops, especially as kind of like the more like sophisticated kind of like sociopathic like businessman type. Like he could play like any of those type of characters, and you know, like in any type of like film or show, and it just like fit perfectly. With example B, Gus Fring, and in that. Whichever, Gus Fring too. Like, I don't know what the name of the character is that he's playing there, but... You know, it could be Spider-Man. Nah. If I was gonna be like any of them, I would definitely be more like akin to something like fucking... I don't know, like, I don't even know. I feel like every character that dude plays could stare at you and you would tell him literally everything he wants to know, even shit you haven't remembered in years. Yeah. Stan Edgar. I think his name is Stan Edgar. I remember looking this up not too long ago, honestly. Here, I'll look it up. Who played the Gus Fring? Gus Fring. Because if I just look this up, yeah, that'll give me the actor. Gustavo Fring or Gus Fring is portrayed by Giancarlo Esposito. Is that? Yeah, oh my. Okay, his name is a mouthful, honestly. Giancarlo Giuseppe Alessandro Esposito. The character's name in The Boys. Oh, well, I'm on his wiki page. I could find it here. Filmography. He's been around. He's been doing shit since the 70s. Yeah, in 1979, did The Running, Tutia's Scuola, The Changeling, 1980, 1981, Taps, 1983, Trading Places, Enormous Changes at the Last Minute, 1984, Brother from... Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, he's done all sorts of stuff. Well, he played in Malcolm X in 1992 as Thomas Hagen. Wow, okay, this guy's done a lot of stuff, actually. He's in Monkey Bone. I only know that movie because Paul from Ideology like says he hated that movie and walked out of that like because of some woman and her annoying son or some shit. Anyway, where is it? Where's The Boys? Where is it on here? Ain't no way it's been going on for that long. Where the fuck is it? Oh, I wasn't... Okay, television. Here we go. The Boys... Okay, here we go. Yeah, Stan Edgar, yeah. Wait, what? So I saw... Oh, wait, hold on. I see a cross going on here. Wait, hold on. Okay, he's alive. He was born in Denmark? Cool. Dude, this guy is like... He probably has like an insane fucking like growing up story. Here, let me, where is that? Early life, yeah. Was born in Copenhagen, Denmark, to the son of Giovanni John C. Esposito, an Italian stagehand and carpenter from Naples, and Elizabeth Lisa Foster, an African-American opera nightclub singer from Alabama. And they were in Copenhagen and Denmark. Damn. When Esposito was 6, his family moved to Manhattan. He attended Elizabeth Seton College in New York and earned a studio degree in radio. And, oh, okay. Wait, is that really it? Is nothing else? That's it? That's all that's in the early life? Oh, I thought there was going to be some other stuff. Because, I mean, it's... Like, born in Denmark... father is an Italian carpenter, stagehand from Naples. Mother's a nightclub singer and opera singer from Alabama. It's like, holy shit, dude. Like, this guy's got, like, you know, probably, like, all sorts of, like, interesting, like, family stories and shit. Giancarlo Esposito. Like, okay, now I'm finally starting to get that last name, Esposito. Like I said, bitch made. Oh, we're seeing Homelander get bitch made again. Oh, no. Oh, Omni-Man versus Homelander.
Howdy, neighbor.
Hold on. Oh, my God. Hold up. Okay, Homelander looks gay as fuck. Like, looking right here. Like, I mean, for someone who's like a hyper-nationalist American, like, embodiment, like, he is looking gay as fuck, just sitting right there. And then he does this. It's like, okay, do you want to fuck him? Like, that is the look of, like, fuck me, daddy. Like, that is exactly the look that gaze right there is exactly what's going on.
Coco?
Coco?
It's warm.
Yeah, he wants to get fucked.
Homelander is more than just a superhero. It might be cynical to say this, but he's a brand. And it's very important to me that that brand means something. And if I'm playing second fiddle to some goddamn alien, what's really the point, right?
Well, he gets fisted a lot.
Yeah. Debbie? Aw, she's shy. So, do we have an understanding? Get the fuck out of my country. I'm going to feed you your own heart. Shit. That was a great line.
I love how that music was starting to bump up. Boom, boom, going on, boom. Fuck him up, dude. Yeah.
Country? Seriously? I'm not here for your country.
Oh, he's mad at that one. That pissed him off. Homelander's just getting fucked up way more than he's... Yeah. Fuck him up, guys. Slightly less bad than him. I mean, no, for real, honestly.
You have to turn with the punch to reduce... Better.
It's not actually fun. I'm gonna screech like an honest stomach! Oh my god, what a bitch. Oh!
What's the matter? Are you going to cry?
What's the matter?
Doctor and gentlemen! gonna flash flood that little shit son of yours! This worthless neighborhood! And every goddamn person you know!
Remember what I promised you. Now swallow. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, bitch. So actually fired good. Well, yeah. Because he just got bitch made. Dude, I love it. I think he's dead. Yeah, I think he's dead. I think you just straight up, like, obliterated him. Like, whatever oxygen was left in his brain was processing just, like, that last little bit of utter trauma of just, like, well, I am eating my heart now. What Omni-Man did in 2 minutes, what Billy Butcher has dedicated his entire life to. So human power as well. Omni-Man is a 1,000-year-old alien has conquered whole planets. The fight was definitely on point. Yep. The only reason we got this fight is so everyone can see Homelander finally get his ass whooped. True and based. Check his pulse. He didn't make it. Son, he did not make it. I'm sorry, brother, but he did not make it that day. Oh my god, I love it. I like how it was just so powerful with the crush of his, like, head that it just, like, basically, like, the sheer pressure just caused, like, all the liquid just to, like, spray everywhere like a fucking powered, like, just a power sprayer just on everything. It's like, damn. Murked. Can we have that guy on our team? Like, yeah, he might be, like, you know, slightly less bad, but, hey, he's an alien, he's 1,000 years old, I mean, like, honestly, all in all, are we really gonna fucking, like, you know, judge his character here? Do you think Superman in general is a good character? I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say he's, like, a bad character, but I wouldn't necessarily say he's, like, a superhero, so to speak. I mean, I don't know. Like, a little bit? But, like, I mean, more so because of, like, the, you know, character before, like, you know, Superman being Superman, essentially. Like, you know, where, you know, came from and, like, you know, his home world and all that shit. Like, I mean, like, kind of what makes him Superman, I think, is, you know, what kind of makes him more of an interesting character, I guess. But, you know, but when it doesn't really have that in there at all, and it's just like, I'm gonna be the Superman, superhero guy, and it's like, oh, you know, it's like, eh. At that point, it's just kind of rote. You could literally do anything as no limitations. How does bad shit ever happen then? Well, that's what I mean. Like, I mean, you know, I mean, there's honestly well, I guess they're not necessarily good movies. Like the newer Supermans that had what's his face in it, playing Superman shit, where it kind of like showed like Krypton and all that, you know, for a little bit in the beginning of the movie and all that shit. Like, while I think, you know, not necessarily a great movie, I do kind of like the premise of, like, you know, letting you know, some of, like, that, like, kind of trauma, you know, even though being a kid, you know, kind of stick a little bit, you know, and because of not fitting in and all that shit. I think actually kind of adding a sense of struggle a little bit, because then it kind of applies bad shit does happen, maybe not in the traditional sense, but does kind of offer, like, you know, a sense of struggle, and also kind of, like, relatability and at least legitimate character development that I think, while maybe not necessarily executed greatly, I think at least was done at least fairly well. I think, like, at least, like, the first half of the movie I thought was at least a little bit more interesting than the latter half of it. Mainly because of that type of shit. Because obviously you have, like, everybody else trying to figure out what's wrong with him when he has these powers and shit, and can't necessarily just show that to everybody, you know, unless they all freak the fuck out, but yet can't necessarily control it and shit. You know, there's, like, some stuff that ended up being interesting done with that, but I mean, it's like I can't really think of any other, like, Superman outside of maybe in the comics, which I haven't really read any of them. Like, outside of those, I don't really know what movie or show or anything like that that has actually explored those type of elements. I mean, I'm sure maybe to an extent, but not enough to where it's like kind of like a main point. And like I said, you know, probably in the comics, I'm sure, but, you know, I haven't read any of them, so I wouldn't know on that front. Brightburn's another that you was Superman, which is okay. You can't look me in the eye and tell me when you tell there wasn't at least one person you could have heat visioned if you could. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, like, I mean, honestly, I think everybody has at least, you know, a few people they want. Like, I still have people I'd like to heat vision to death, honestly, if I have the ability and the power to do it. I mean, because, yeah, some people just need the heat vision. Okay, I'm trying to fucking... Okay, there we go. Fucking... Ugh, that really was tickling my ass really badly. Oh, so much better. Now I need to just get this one over here. Fuck. It's like they both landed on my nostrils at the same time and are tickling me both at once. And I can barely... Oh, fuck. Oh, that made it worse. I, like, brushed it. Come on. God damn it. Oh, fuck. Get janked out, you fuck. Oh, fuck you. Come on. Get out, you dumb fucking hair. Oh. Did I get it? No. Damn it. Come on. Oh, fuck you. Whatever. The movie's weird to try to introduce a horror Justice League. I don't think I've seen it. Here, let me look it up. Honestly, like, oh, yeah, here. Oh, wow. First result. Brightburn. Yeah. Oh. Oh, it's a 2019 film. I legitimately didn't even know this was a thing. If not, I remember, I bet there would be people in the hospital for months. Oh, yeah. Because of just outright, you know, burns and shit. Like, this whole kill count in it. That is 22 minutes long for a fucking kill count? Oh my god. I'm not kidding. Holy shit. 22 minutes, 42 seconds of kill count. And it's an hour and a half long. This movie's like a third... it's a third death. Like, a third of this movie is just death. Like, oh my god. Awesome. Dope. Is it free? Oh, I have to buy or rent it. What's the price? What do we got? This doesn't help me. Oh. Wait, renting it. Okay. $4 to rent it. Alright. Yeah, I might. I actually might. I may consider that. Maybe. I like, even though I looked up Brightburn, this is one of the results that came up. A scene when Homelander has a meltdown and kills everybody. Because, you know, yeah. Just another reminder that Homelander is a psychopathic piece of shit. Oh my god, hold on. Hold up. Look at this. What is, like... Oh my god. Oh my god, it looks so cute. This is ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Just out. Oh my lord. He's just so cute. My friend spent the night last night. He actually didn't even want to go to bed with me. He wanted to literally stay right there and sleep with him. It's like, you piece of shit. You fuck. You little traitor. I think it's just more or less because he loves his chair. Like, even when I try to go back to work and I try to get him back, either to go outside or put him back in the house, like, he will not move. I have to, like, physically, like, get him off. Get him off the chair. Like, he really loves that chair. Like, that is his chair. Oh, it's so cute. No. Little sweet boy. He is just a little sweet boy. The kid Brandon Breyer literally has the same origin as Clark Kent. Movie is clunky, but the deaths are solid. Nice. Well, you know, that's all you can really ask for out of a horror movie. You know, if it's clunky and stuff, yeah, that's fine. As long as the deaths are good. That's how, like, Wrong Turn 2 was, and I really like that movie. Even though it's, like, really clunky and cliche as fuck. Is it on YouTube, actually? I'm gonna look it up. I'd pay exactly $5 to watch it in theater. Nice. Wrong Turn 2, Dead End, 2007 kill count. Oh my god, it's literally 24 minutes. Oh shit, it is. It's unrated, of course. What's the price? $4. Okay. Oh, I can rent it, but it'll be high definition. Okay, cool. Wrong Turn 4. Man, how many wrong turns are there? There has to be at least like fucking like there's at least like 6 of these, I think. Though, especially for, well, honestly, especially for the second one. I mean, partially because it is my favorite movie because of it, is that just, like, you know, go at your own risk. Like, they're very fucking gory movies. And the second one, amongst like the cult, like kind of like the cult following to the movies, is kind of unanimously seen as the best one. Because it actually has somewhat of an actual decent plot. The production of it is actually pretty decent, and you know the deaths are very solid, and it's gory as fuck. Like, which is basically all like it hits the criteria, you know, perfectly for the series. Because basically, like, the premise is that like you got a bunch of people lost in the Appalachian Mountains, and you basically become prey to literal inbred cannibalistic hobos. Well, kind of, I guess. Like a family that's like deep in the Appalachian Mountains and shit. That's just like barely ever traversed. And you know, a lot of missing report cases, you know, come from the area and shit like that. And but it's basically because this inbred family is, you know, eating people for, you know, food, essentially. And that's basically the whole premise of the movie. I think the fourth one or the third one, it involves them going to one of the towns in Virginia and shit, and like basically like some of the people, like one of the cops in the town, get involved in all this shit, and like I think that one's kind of unanimously seen as one of the worst ones. It's like after the second one, it's like not even shortly after that, they took, well, no pun intended, a wrong turn, you know, in the franchise with that. But for a good, like, schlocky, like, horror and shit, like, especially for the first, third, and I'd probably say, like, 5th or 6th one's pretty good. Second one's the best, but that one I'd probably perceive with a little bit of caution. Just a little bit. Because it's not just, like, gore that's, like, you know, what makes it, like, I say that. There's a lot of other things about that are going on that really make it pretty fucking whack. Like, I'm just not gonna, so I won't spoil it. I mean, I'll just let it be like, you know, hey, if you wish to go forth, go forth. I mean, yeah, we're still kind of around Halloween a little bit. You know, we're within a week, you know, time frame here. You know, like what, 6 days or some shit? You know, yeah, about 6-7 days here. You know, I don't know. I still say we're within, you know, the spook mode. I give a week, you know, before the spooks are totally gone, and spooks are still here. It's the Xmas season for me. It's not even that yet. At least think fuck. Like, some people still have their Halloween stuff up still. Funny enough. Now, I'm starting to see some Thanksgiving things put up now. So, the Christmas invasion hasn't happened yet. Do you know what has way too many movies, Hellraiser? With the exception of the most recent one, everything 3 After 3, it has no reason to exist. Maybe 4. Yeah, that's another one. Like, here, let me honestly see how many Wrong Turn films are there. Because there's the first one, and then there's Wrong Turn 2, Dead End. Film series, yeah. Here we go. Movies, yeah. So yeah, Wrong Turn 2, Dead End. Wrong Turn 3, Left 4 Dead. Wrong Turn 4 is Bloody Beginnings. I think this is the one where... Oh no, actually I haven't seen this one yet. Okay, so yeah, this one isn't as well received out of all of them. Was it the third one where they were in the town and all that shit? No. Okay, so I saw this one. Okay, so yeah, it isn't this one. I think it's Bloodlines. Wrong Turn 5 Bloodlines. Nope. Oh, wait, yep, nope, yeah, it's this one. So Wrong Turn 5 Bloodlines is the one that's, like, not exactly well received. Well, actually, this one's, at least what it says here actually is a little bit. I guess this one's a little more contested. So there's 5. There's 7 of them. So there's Wrong Turn 6 Last Resort, which I have not seen this one. This one actually has a pretty alright rating too. Deep in the hills, West Virginia, Danny's seduced family has never known. When he learns that they follow taboo rituals, including cannibalism, he's tempted by the forbidden as choose between his friends. But oh, I think I've seen this one too. Yeah, I know this one. Because he's like a distant cousin and shit, and realizes he has family out here, but realizes they're the cannibalistic inbred fucks. And it's like, you know, it's whack. But then there's a 7th one, just literally called Wrong Turn. 2021? Came out last year? Oh, this one actually has a pretty higher rating. Actually, it has a really good rating. For at least the Wrong Turn series, this actually is very well received. Despite warnings to stick into the Appalachian Trail, hikers stray off course, yeah, this is basically the plot of all of them, and cross into land inhabited by a hidden community of mountain dwellers who use deadly means to protect their way of life. Suddenly in siege, the friends seem to head to the point of no return unless one man can reach them in time. Oh, I've seen clips of this one because it has like what they do something a little different because they add this guy to it. They add this freaky element. Like the other ones don't got like a dude in a ghillie suit with a deer mask or a deer skull for a head. Like I mean they don't have that for other ones, but they did for this one. I've seen clips of this actually. I haven't seen the actual full movie though. I actually want to though. I guess it's on TMC. On TV soon. Like, oh, okay. Well, I guess it's still on TV. Can you glop any more on yourself, bro? Oi! Hey! Do you mind? Damn! There's 11 fucking Hellraiser movies now. I've watched most of the time and made it. Most of them made me wish I had a memory wiper. I wouldn't blame you. At least for Wrong Turn, I've only seen like a couple of those, and I'm actually kind of glad that, you know, there's not as many as I thought. I actually thought there was like 8 of them. I guess there's only 7. Milk truck crashed. Looters showed up moments after. Oh, the looters. Damn criminals. Gotta lock them up. So, look at those kitties. He's so cute. That's so adorable. It deserves to be saved. Here. Actually, speaking of which, here, I actually want to find a ridiculous picture of Zukov from a couple days ago. I woke up one day, I think I mentioned it actually, but I forgot to actually show the picture of it, thinking about it now. But I woke up one day, and straight up, this is literally what I wake up to. I wake up to this. just look at that face. Just knocked out. Paul's just sprawled, just straight out. Just no fucks given. Just snugged right in between the bed and the wall, dude. I thought this is a good cast. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Wait, so you said... Oh, this? Oh. My dad has a tradition that when you reach a certain age in a family, he gets you a custom-made, high-quality knife for camping utility and extremely sought-after knife maker he knows. Today, mine arrived, and it's Cliff and Shono Arc, and I'm will show her a knife gift. Really? Oh, that's pretty fucking awesome. Janelle Paspelu. Oh, dude, that's fucking dope-ass looking knife. Hey, watch your tail! What are you doing? You little fruit bat? Oi! What are you doing, you little fruit? Oh, what a goofball. I think she at least have no fear or something. I imagine something like that. I actually have like a little French saying over here too. On the poster that I have right there. That one. Actually, I can, alright, you know, fuck, I'll actually go to it. There we go. But, this is like top of it, but at the bottom it's got, that in French. Or something like that, which basically translates to the beginning of a prolonged struggle. Ugh. Man. Not literally or something right on the blade, that would be kind of weird. As an alternative. I mean, I don't know. Like, having stuff written on a blade isn't necessarily, like, unusual. Like, there's actually, like, a lot of different old-ass, like, blades and ancient blades, medieval era blades and shit that have, like, sometimes, like, little runes on them or, like, different little, like, sayings or quotes or shit like that. They sometimes, or for the most part, usually be ceremonial, but... every now and then you'll find them used as weapons and shit. Especially like Norse axes and stuff. Like a lot of them will sometimes have, you know, a lot of different designs on the axe heads and shit. Or the wooden handles. Actually, it'd be a lot easier to carve axes and stuff because it would be a wooden handle. You can just carve a little bit into that and it wouldn't be that much of a big deal. Oh, you know, actually, I'm on my gallery. Well, you want to see some wacky shit that one of my coworkers found at work in our parking lot? This is fucking whack. Look at this shit. Look at that. Fucking got some perks in there, dude. So, like, someone lost their perks and their fucking oxys and shit, and that little thing in right there on the side was a pipe because they were gonna like probably crush that up and smoke it. And it's like, oof. So my coworker on a break, and he came back. He's like, "Hey, I found something a little weird. You know, you want to see it? You know, look at this." And then my other coworker went out there, and they came back with this, and they're just like, "Bro, oh my god!" Just like with this look on their face. I'm like, "What is it? What is it?" And it's like, yeah, it's like, hey, someone dropped their like drugs and shit. And at first we thought it was like fentanyl or some shit, But then my other coworker, being a little investigator, went on the case and started, looking it up and, trying to find, what type of, pill it was, and it came up, that they were perks and oxys. So I guess luckily not fentanyl, thank fuck, but still, it actually kind of makes it a little bit more, I think, lighthearted, a little bit, just because, like, okay, it's not something as severe, but, well, I mean, I don't know, maybe it could be, it looks like, an oxy or a perk, but it could be fent, because there are, fentanyl that, can be mixed in with other drugs, or look like another drug that you'd be taking, but you're not taking, like a perk, you're taking fent, and so it's like, that could be what that is, but it was all soaked and wet and literally outside in the rain for who fuck knows how long, so that shit was going right immediately in the trash compactor, which is exactly where it went. Even if it wasn't raining, looking at that shit, I'm like, nope. Like, honestly, I'm just, like, never been about pills, period. Like, unless I absolutely have to, for a prescription of some sort or another, like, I'm gonna avoid taking them. And even then, I'm probably not going to want them refilled. I'll take them, like, for the one time and not refill them and just not give a fuck. And luckily, at least every time I have been prescribed pills as medication, it's always been, like, antibacterial stuff or, like, anti-inflammatory shit and things like that, so stuff that I'd feel more better about. Not something you're gonna be like, oh yeah, let me pop these and get hooked on, fam, and feel like, yeah, bro, or whatever the fuck, or some shit. Like, but unlike things like Percocets or Oxys, especially Oxys and shit like that, like, I've seen what, someone ODing on that shit looks like, and puking on that shit. I've seen, what withdrawals looks like, with that shit. No, fuck that. Just looks like torture. Because I've seen my mom accidentally, take, especially when she's, like, really feeling painful, take, like, like her usual, like, dosages and shit that, she'll do at the end of the night, but then she'll feel like she needs one more. But sometimes she'll forget that she, took one more and actually, and accidentally have, like, another, because she's still kind of feeling a little painful and wants to go to sleep. And then, it hasn't hit in quite yet. So by the time it does, she realized, oh, I overdid it, and seeing that shit, it's like, I mean, well, once she pukes, she's gonna be fine, as long, she's gonna be woozy and all that, like, it's, especially when I'm, like, fucking, like, I don't know, like 13, 14 and shit like that, it's you don't know what the fuck's going on, it's fucking scary and shit. Obviously now I know what's going on, so I'd be able to better react to it, like, usually, some water and something to kind of help, dilute, what's being processed and shit, like, I mean, or at least, just help puke it out and pump something, like, I mean, there are ways to at least help deal with it, to kind of help get it out, but, I mean, sitting there being like, oh god, what's going on, like, that ain't gonna help. I don't think, yeah, but I don't think, or something would have been written on it. This blade will be granted great power, maybe curse you to die by the fire aids. I don't know. Yeah, it wouldn't be stuff like that. I mean, when it comes to blades and shit, like, yeah, it'd basically be more like, like, runes and, like, for honor and defense and, like, for protection of the warrior who wields it and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. Remember just 3 weeks ago when it was hell bombing Pepperidge Farm, remembers? I know, right? It's nice and chill. I kind of like it, but I will admit I'm not totally prepared for it quite yet. I kind of want to get, like, a hoodie upgrade, because this one's so fucking, like, huge and loose, and the other one's kind of, like, just taggled and shit, so I want to get, like, a upgrade on a hoodie. So, I haven't been exactly, like, quite ready for it yet. And I'm thinking about getting a trench coat, too. A little great coat. Went down too low. Give me some high 50s and rain. Your little boob. You sit like a human half the time now. Look at this. I'm hearing purple papples, and I feel like that's like snow making everything slushy. The waterproof rain jacket I ordered right on cue. Nice. There, hold on. I want to see if it is actually snowing around here. You mentioned it earlier, so now you made me like mildly optimistic about this. It is just a lot of heavy ass rain. Oh God! Don't no! You're closing. You're closing all the way. There we go. Rain, a lot of rain. Rain, rain, and what you know, more rain. It's just been rain all day. Ugh. Man, I want winter to come. Like, an apartment wants snow, but I feel like like I said, I'd be a little bit prepared. It'll be a little too early. Not like it rain lasted exactly 3 seconds. I mean, honestly, like, Zukov does not like being in the rain. No, he does not like being outside when it's wet. He doesn't like getting wet at all. I think especially after the dock incident, he hates being wet. So when when springtime comes along, I'm gonna help him, kind of get over that and learn how to swim a little bit, so he's not as fearful of wetness and all that shit. Because I feel like my poor baby has a little PTSD from that. I think. I felt so bad for him. Just playing around with him, he took one step back, just went like, just slipped all the way in there. I was like, oh no! So I just immediately just went, oh fuck, uh-oh. Like, it would have been one thing if his, like, foot fell in and he was able to, just like, oh shit, get himself out, but nah, he just went 1 foot and just, bloop, just like a reverse dive, like, he just, like, kind of fell back in there or something. It's like, oh god. And then he was like doggy paddling somehow in reverse. It's like, man, poor baby. It could have just been the current, though. I don't want snow, that would murk me. I mean, it would too for me. I'm already kind of slick and sliding, on the sidewalk now that we have over here because of, mainly just because of all the, like, the leaves and all the fucking, I don't even know what they are, like nuts or fruit or something that falls off those trees. And straight up, it's like, ugh. Boo. Like, every now and then I walk and I'm like, whoop, start slick and sliding out of nowhere. What are you doing? Oi! Hey! Sooks, what are you doing? Oh my god, whatever. You know that feeling when you have spot in your back that bothers you all day and you manage to crack it? Yes, I know the feeling. In fact, here, let me ooh, I got some right there. Damn it, Rose, you denied some chiropractor a Juicy Benjamin. Yeah, you denied a chiropractor a Juicy Benjamin. What's wrong with you, sir? What's wrong with you? Oh, look at that little boo-boo. Look at that little boob boy. Little boob. Little baby. Little fucking fruit bat. What am I ever gonna do with you? I'm just gonna keep staring at me like the little handsome, sweet little pup boy that you are. I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but like, I think it was the other day. Yeah, well, actually, no, I'm pretty sure I did yesterday. Like, when I let him outside for a little bit, he was fucking around in my neighbor's garden right next door. And then one of my other neighbors came outside from across the street, and he decided to follow her. and sniff her for a second, and then after that, he was just like, "Oh, you're my friend now," and started following her wherever she went, and she started going back into her house. And so I was about to walk right in there and just be like, "You're my friend. This is my place now." And I'm just like, "You son of a bitch." It's like, I see how this is, you little traitor. And I tried to run up to him, and he would just like, whoop, dart off and run around in circles, and then just basically make his way back to that spot as I try to run around and grab him. And I'm just like, oh my god. Little traitor, dude. I know he does it purposely. Precious traitor, I know. Because he does this purposely. Like, he'll go over to, the neighbor's garden across the street, mess with their shit a little bit. And I'll have to go over there, and try to go grab them. And then he'll do the same thing. And just start running around everywhere and start sniffing some other shit. It's like, no, I have to get all these spots. I need to make sure I get every little spot here. It's like, no, stop. Stop it. But nope. Nope. They also will, like, try to find a way into neighbors, like, directly across the street, because they have, like, this big-ass fence, and it's, like, little, like, courtyard area where, like, one of their roommates, or housemates, like, they have, like, a little mini-house that was slowly built up over the last couple of years, and now they have, I guess, some people living there, but I think it's their dog that is in there sometimes and shit, but yeah, he wants to also go in there to explore that place too, which he almost did a few times. Because he's like desperate to explore like every nook and cranny of this of these couple house radiuses. Like, he is desperate to do that. It's like, I will sniff and scavenge every little section of this little area and make it mine. And everyone will befriend me and accept it. And of course, actually, like, after him going and, like, betraying me with the other neighbor, I tried to get him back inside. And actually, neighbors from directly across the street, their kid was going back inside from their house after, like, grocery shopping or some shit, or grabbing the mail or something like that. And he runs up to him. I'm like, come on, Zix, let's go. And I come over this way, and I'm like, I look around, I'm like, where the fuck did he go? And then I overhear it's like, hey, buddy. And I'm like, oh, God. I just literally went, oh, God, rolled my eyes. And I turned the corner, I looked in. He says, is this your dog? And I'm like, yeah. I just did that. I'm like, yeah. Trying to get him back inside, but nope. He does that purposely. He wants to befriend everybody and just be a little dork and a traitor. And a menace to society. A friendly menace, but a menace nonetheless. Even at work. Like, he'll, like, start sniffing everything. Like, he almost started opening up our garbage bags that my coworker had last night, when I visited up there to go grab some of my shit. Like, to get into, like, some meat and some shit like that was in that garbage bag, and I'm just like, oh my god, dog, what the fuck? He really is a scavenger. It's like, bruh. I mean, it's not really, like, that bad at it, that bad about it, but once he really gets into that mode, it's hard to get him out of it. Like, he really gets, like, set into it. God, Donut Kit. This is a clip I was showing you before from TikTok, but it should work now since YouTube. A pinto bean cake. Yay! Well, it is on YouTube now. And it does work far better. Here we go.
Bean cake from 55. I don't even know what to say about this one. We start by draining 2 27-ounce cans of pinto beans. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Now we put 1.5 cups of peanuts through a grindomat. Where did the peanuts come from? What's a grindomat? Are you alright? Put the beans in the grindomat. This is not, how can I say, right? Oh no! Ay, senor. Quesadilla total en la cocina. 3/4 of a cup of honey. To this baby food looking refried funeral? How did you come up with these ingredients? Did you just throw a grenade down aisle 6? 5, 8, Keith. Now Now the chickens are implicated.
What is that?
Make sure to clean your grinder mat.
I'm not concerned about your precious grinder mat.
Lastly, we have half a cup of melted butter and 2 teaspoons of floof powder. Yeah, good luck with that. Only thing this is gonna rise up from is the dead.
Have the cloth of their bone in
45 minutes at 375.
What?
It's a cake.
How? You have no right.
Soft, dense, rich.
No.
This is phenomenal. A pint.
I mean, that actually does look pretty good, honestly. That does look pretty phenomenal. It looked revolting on every process to construct that, and what was that? Oh my god, what was that, and what are you doing? What is it? What is this? Oh my fucking god. What the fuck? Apparently grinder mats are re-meat grinders. Re-meat grinders? Huh. Oh my god. Look at this little freak. Look at this. How does this work? How does this work on a Doge? Like, look at this. I mean, well, hold on. Let me, there we go. Like, what is this? Like, what is going on here? It's like, hi. My god, bro. Dude, what a fruit. Oh, army grinders. Oh. I took my brain. Oh my god. Sukoff, you're not a cat. I know, he's not a cat, but he's learned well from the cats. And oh my god, what is this? What are you doing? Will this cause you to change your absurd little position? Oh my god, you fucking little freak. Look at you. Maybe he is, who's they say. Yeah, maybe he's trans-species, dude. He ain't gonna abide by your species norms. By your species norms there, sir. No. Well, now you're curled up in a little ball. You know, Squeaks is really a dog. TJ said he found him outside once chewing on a stick. Oh, Squeaks. Yeah. Looks like there's a lot of fascist shows who need the Jefferson treatment. Oh my god. God damn it, OPB. Yeah, no, I will sign up later. Where's your fucking, like... Oh, god damn fucking nothing. What the fuck? Is there another one in here that's itching my ass now? God, there is. Fuck. Ah. Did I get that one? No? Fuck. Really? Oh, now I did. God. Oh my god. Get that out. There we go. Finally. Years ago, many Washington state sheriffs were unhappy with voter approval because the sheriffs, everyone stepped beyond merely expressing displeasure. The state would defy laws because in their interpretation of violence constitution. Follow the rule of law, and I believe it's constitutional. Yeah. Even though you never followed the law in the first place, you chuckle fucking piece of shit. I like to believe that if you're wearing a bunch of fascist bootlicking fucking brown shirts. This is for me, not for you. Yeah, that's right. Oh, Snoop. Good old chips. Let's see. What can be on the tomb in the summer, you know? What in the fuck is this? Where'd he go? No! Where'd you go? God damn it. Boo. Oh, here it is. Little teens versus conservative teens. A middle ground thing? Oh boy. Uh-oh. I've seen these before. And that does sound to be a pretty certain level of cringe. Well, a little bit of level of interesting curiosity too. Yeah, I can't help but scratch. Because these are a little weird. It's like, let's grab a bunch of random people of a specific type of demographic and see where they like kind of like agree or disagree on and shit. And then just have them like basically fight it out. Not literally, but hash it out. And it's like, it would work, I think, if they weren't all practically just libs anyway. Yeah. Honestly, I was always like this bullshit where it's like one chip that's just angled and you try to take like a little tiny one so if his bigger one's better like stacked to each other. Yeah. Why can't you be like goldfish? See, like this bullshit. I want like a nice stack. I don't want this weird shit popping out. It's easier to stuff your face with. But, I don't know. Every time. You pinch it out of the bag like the claw. It's always some weird chip just like fucking, like just holding on by the edge. It's like, how am I supposed to like get all that shit right in there when you got like one chip that's gonna hang out right over here? It's like, bullshit. I disapprove of that. There. Let's check this out. I want to see what this is all about.
Conservative teens versus liberals versus moderates is going to make me...
Oh god, there's going to be moderates too? God fucking damn it. Oh, this is going to be... Okay, this is going to be bad.
For an interactive prompt in the middle of this episode. Thank you for watching.
Oh god, I'm going to hate this.
They actually added a third person... Like, they added a third tier to this. They actually added moderates as a tier to this? Oh my fucking god.
Generation is heavily misinformed sometimes because of social media. A lot of the times they just see movements as sort of a trend without looking into them, and I feel that happens so much. They'll just go with it, and I feel like a lot of the times it makes it very easy for us to kind of just be tailed by the government, and I feel that we need to do a lot better job at looking into things and really reading into things and starting to take facts over feelings.
Yeah. I can't tell if Jubilee is just like consistently saying that leftists are liberals or what the fuck is going on. If your political spectrum revolves around like moderates, conservatives, and liberals, like that spectrum is already it's very right wing. Liberals, like,
I mean, honestly, it kind of is. That's why I say it's like it feels so lib because it just like because the people, I think what was it, Jubilee, I think, what they already are kind of like a liberal like group, or not really group, like company, organization, I don't know what the fuck they really are, but press outlet, I don't know, like, I mean, the people that run it are just liberals, fuck, like, I mean, so by proxy, you're just gonna get that.
And the way that we understand the Democratic Party, like, that's a horrible political spectrum.
Because it's 10 times easier to just look at something and accept it as truth than to go and do your research and find counterclaims or something that aligns with that, because if you're just sitting there like scrolling through TikTok and somebody says that this is happening,
the TikToks.
Yeah.
I strongly agree with both of you guys. You know, I think the reason why I was hesitant about walking over.
Honestly, like, I know everyone, you know, like the demographic says teenager, but I'm actually like 23. I'm just trying to like, you know, fit in. You know what I mean? I'm like a 4 time senior, like I failed senior year like 4 times, but yeah, I'm just too cool for that shit, bro.
Even though
this guy looks way older than he is.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. This guy doesn't seem kind of moderate, okay? As is the case with many moderates, like, homie just looks like a Ben Shapiro watcher. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be. I gotta go pee right now, though.
Misinformed. That doesn't mean that older generations aren't also misinformed, especially, you know, in the form of, for, like, Gen X and the baby boomers or
Quad
whatever.
Senior Lemon.
Cable news, in particular. You have millions of Americans now who are tuning in every night to see Tucker Carlson spread misinformation. I don't want to pick on him in particular, but...
Okay, this guy definitely either seems like a moderate or a, quote, lib.
As an example, social media is just another example of what's been going on for generations and generations of people, just with all due respect, being too lazy to do their own research and just believing what other people tell them.
My dad and I spoke to each other a lot about politics, and since I was a liberal at that time and he was a conservative, we would have a lot of debates. I would find myself growing and becoming more moderate just because the things he said and the things I listened to and the things I researched
No. Boo.
because of points that he made to me, I would find myself transitioning into more of a moderate.
Ew.
Because in 2020,
Gross. Ugh. I was really hoping she was going to be like, oh, because of my conservative dad, I got more leftist. No, I got more moderate. Enlightened man, I'm a moderate now. Because I think. It's like, oh my fucking...
Given more and more subjects. There will always be objective truth, but humanity will stray further and further from that.
Postmodernist conservatism, boys. Here it is. It's so strange because, like, these guys are supposed to be like, no, the word of the Bible is the objective universal truth.
Especially when a lie can be attached to an emotion. You see, we are thinking less and less critically and more emotionally as a whole. And so when you see something like, for instance, George Floyd, May of 2020, that just strikes your heart. First thing you want to do, go to Instagram and post a black square. Now, what is that doing? I don't quite know. But what it made you feel was like you did something to help that poor fellow who got a terrible thing that happened to him.
When I was hearing this
What a way to describe that. A poor fellow that had a terrible thing that happened to him.
I was thinking, like, is the majority of, like, my generation, aka the people I know, misinformed? And I would definitely say yeah. I feel like the lack of information is, like, almost as bad as, like, receiving the wrong information.
I'm a moderate because I think the halfway point between the far right and shlibs is a good idea. Centrism.
On something you said, I think it is true that social media changed the way we receive information, misinformation or the truth. But that doesn't make us misinformed because of that.
So who's like the libs in this? I feel like I'm hearing a bunch of moderate conservative
I don't think because we have social media
or
that
dorks.
automatically makes you misinformed.
What? Bro, why'd they make this like Hans Zimmer shit?
This is some Hans Zimmer shit.
Like they're making it seem like this is the fucking, you know, nerd Avengers, dude. Calm down, you got a bunch of goobers in a room, you know? And there's...
Okay. Nerd Avengers. I mean, they really did just amp that shit up. Like, hold on, they really just amped the fucking shit out of that, bro. Like, look at this. They just amped this. Boom, boom. Nerd Avengers,
bro,
middle
why'd
ground.
They make this like Hans Zimmer shit? They're making it seem like they're making it seem like this is the fucking, you know, nerd Avengers, dude.
Nerd Avengers.
Calm down, you got a bunch of goobers in a room, you know?
Goobers
and they're spitting. You want it? 1 week or perma? 1 week or perma? 1 week. I'm nice.
I grew up in a conservative Christian household in Iowa, so I'm very, very well.
Oh, I feel bad for you.
Around like conservative politics all the time, and my parents have absolutely influenced like not only my morals but my political beliefs through that manner. And I think a lot of those teachings
Cringe.
led me to being more progressive and more liberal over.
Oh, never mind. No, not cringe.
Than actually being conservative. I'd say
good. Yeah. Okay. Who?
Probably one of the most interesting childhoods out there. I was observant, so I watched my community, and when I saw how things had progressed in my community and then sort of just stopped, especially during the housing recession and crash in 2007 and 8, I had a deep question as to why aren't things getting better. They didn't teach me anything. They let me learn my own way. Because if they had...
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
He's really making an argument for not doing that. Not gonna lie. Homie said that was a mistake.
Taught me something, I wouldn't have had the thirst to know more. I stepped forward because I believe without them, I could have had some other sort.
I love how big of a free thinker he is in his, like, gas is $9 t-shirt.
I stepped forward.
Okay.
Oh my god, he does have that. I didn't even notice that. He does have that on. Oh my lord, bro. Why are you doing this? No. I didn't even notice that until you just said something.
Proud and being an individual thinker, like a free thinker, in my...
I'm a free thinker. Biden did this. Look at this $9 gas price t-shirt.
Oh, Brandon made the gas price.
Definitely the conservative. Yeah, this guy is a conservative.
A t-shirt.
Because I believe without them, I could have had some other sort of beliefs, but I felt that what they taught me pushed me down my path.
Okay. So I became a conservative in 2018.
Oh God, not another one. No.
Came that based off my research. I was actually a liberal.
The middle ground. Where are you? Of course,
Why
shit,
does
trickle
every
down economics on you.
fucking story revolve around, I did my own research, brother? No.
Well, because that's basically what conservatives justify their stupidity with, dude. That's what they justify with, brother. They're like, I did my own research. I looked at a Facebook post once. Like, instead of I looked at studies and peer-reviewed data, they just say, I did my own research and basically did my own peer-reviewed studies of a Facebook post of me and my friends, and we came to consensus that, yeah, it's a bunch of fake news. That's why, man. That's why they say that shit.
YouTube videos that the algorithm funneled you through, okay?
Because I'm not gonna lie, you know how many times I could say I've done my own research to, so much fucking bullshit? Because honestly, I could, so much just because I've seen a clip or two, of a thing, and be like, I did my research, I saw the clip once. It's that's not research, really. It's like watching a video or something isn't really research. At the very minimal, I could see it hey, we're doing I did my research by looking at least an article or two, a Wikipedia, article about a thing. At least then you're doing a very broad cursory research glance at some stuff at the very least. Even college universities just to get a start on their more actual research will use that as as a starting point to get to what they are actually doing and shit, because I did honestly for a lot of my classes that's straight up how I did. It's alright, gotta do this project, I'll just go on Wikipedia real quick, grab a couple things here, and alright, let's go down here for those sources and stuff. Okay, let's actually look at the sources and read those some more in depth and go from there. That's how I did it. So it's at least I could see that, being some research. But do you think any conservatives are doing at least the bare minimum of what I just referenced there? At least looking at a link or an article or two, and just even that, even without the Wikipedia shit? Because because Wikipedia isn't the most accurate thing ever necessarily, but it's definitely at least a good generalization over a thing when it comes to having an article on there. So it's just fuck. You could do research, but none of them are actually going to do that. A Facebook post of some weird questionable website that is barely to making itself to be satire and shit, essentially. Or maybe it does come from outright satire websites too sometimes. That's another thing too. I've seen some of these Facebook articles and shit, and I will click the actual websites and go down to the very bottom and shit, and not always, but sometimes they'll say this is a satire website, and it's just wow. And 90% of the people that are commenting on this whole article link on the Facebook post think it's legit 100% real. It's oh my fucking god. So it really goes to show, honestly, I think in my mind, how much far-right conspiratorial nonsense is literally just parody satire shit. That's why, honestly, I think, some element, The Onion is kind of beaten by reality, every now and then. It actually has to compete with real life now, because some people believe, unironic Onion level shit. It's because, they will look at that shit on Facebook or something, not actually take a real glance and real digging on that shit, and just believe it. Because they're wino mom, fucking Karen soccer bitch, of a neighbor, fucking shared it with them on the Facebook post or something, on their little HOA group or something on Facebook or whatever the fuck. That's what they do. That's why people's own research generally leads to doctors bad, poor people bad, billionaires good, grifters good. Because the people that usually, the people that usually peddle the research that these people find, benefit from that, because they usually are maybe not necessarily billionaires, but like millionaires and rich fucks and grifters that exploit these type of people. Some of them, like I said, are parody sites, but part of me feels like they know what they're doing too, hence why they keep pushing it on places like from Facebook and shit.
And you didn't realize that, like, it slowly but surely was eroding your fucking consciousness and rebuilding it in a way that was more susceptible to weird, radicalizing content. You didn't do your own research. That's like a fun and cute little way of describing watching YouTube videos and having the algorithm serve you more and more radical content.
For that, just because everyone else around me is liberal. I would vote for Trump in the upcoming election over Biden or over anyone else that runs against him. He embraces free market economics just like I do. We need less government spending. We need to cut taxes. We need to cut government spending. And
Cringe! Oh my god! Cringe! Oh. That just made that hit terrible. You ruined my vibe, Nathan. Fuck you, you weirdo. You conservative little fuck. You ruined my hit, you asshole. Jerk.
They are actually, but politics never came up in my family before Trump became president. They did not influence me to be a conservative.
But there were 2 years in between, you know.
Bullshit, I doubt that. Oh, no, I don't buy that.
In 2017, and then if it was like late or mid 2018, a year and a half of Trump being in office, running headlines, a lot of big things happening. Are you sure none of that and their commentary at the dinner table maybe didn't influence?
No, I remember 2016 election, they didn't say a thing about who they wanted.
That's hard.
I know, I'm telling you. It just didn't come up. And obviously this country...
Yeah, dude, even Chandler, his other conservative little buddy, is like, nah, I find it hard to believe. Dude, it is bull. Dude, quit trying to be like, I am my own free thinker. Like, you got this guy who's like, I'm a free thinker, who's like, you're trying to out free think him as a conservative. And you got this other conservative who's like, I'm the free thinker. It's like, you're not going to out free think him when it comes to like that flex, dude. Like, nah. And even I don't buy it either, dude. Heavily influenced by his parents. I guarantee it. I mean, look at the way that kid's dressing. Like, totally. Like, that's like basically like his church attire.
But I'm telling you.
Look at that. I mean, look at his little polo shirt. Like, he's basically like, you know, doing a more lax version of his... It's like he got out of church and he didn't get out of his church attire. He just decided to make it more loose.
My bro, you are a child. What do you mean this country became more political now than it was 10 years ago? What does that even mean?
Yeah, you were like in diapers when you were, like you're 5 years old, like 10 years ago, kid. Like, dude, what? Oh my god. Oh man. Oh, we're not even. Oh, fuck me, dude.
Politics and the politics understanding.
At least this isn't the last ounce of courage. At least it ain't that.
70-year-old person. How did that happen? You're like 18 years old and you're talking like one of those dumbasses who's like, well, I voted for Ronald Reagan and Barack Obama. What do you mean it wasn't political, bro? He's talking about 9/11 and the fucking war on terror. Fuck you mean it wasn't political? Well, I guess he wasn't even alive back then, so...
Yeah.
Based on my research.
Our whole entire family is very much on the left, like Democratic, liberal, but my mom,
there have definitely been people like that.
She's a Republican, but I don't think she knows a damn thing about what that means. But like, she... right. But there was a lot of tension, whenever we would talk about certain political things that I would bring up. And then my brother, he's very right-leaning. One day I like came home and they were going through like a journal of mine that was like just of like my liberal views and like Black Lives Matter, stuff like that. And then I realized that in that moment I was like on the same page, and I don't think we ever are going to be.
Well, considering that they were snooping for your shit, it sounds like, you know, for a conservative brother, he was a piece of shit. Like, kind of an asshole. Like, snooping for your shit and being like, oh, you believe this stuff, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, obviously you weren't going to see eye to eye with him. I mean, let's say, like, hypothetically, even if they did see eye to eye, I still don't think, you know, at least politically, like, I don't think they would, you know, be seeing eye to eye, you know, considering that you got, you know, a sibling who's snooping for your shit. Like, because that's just not cool. Like, I mean, like, that's just a little bit of bullshit. Actually, like, even if you are snooping for a shit, don't, one, don't get caught, and two, like, don't bring it up.
Pretty straightforward. This country functions best when people from all different walks of life, all different political ideologies...
Okay, this can go either way.
...are able to come together for a greater cause.
Oh my god. Why was I expecting, like, you know, what I was thinking? like, you know, people of all different walks of life, political spectrums can come together, you know, when it comes to, like, trying to help out, you know, within their workplace, stuff like that would have been like, okay, all right. You know, probably poorly phrased, but okay. But no, he had to be like, for better cause and better common good and blah, 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 unity, civility. Oh my god. Gross. Boo.
System is a trap. I believe that.
What's a trap?
I believe that the two-party system is a trap.
Okay, I agree with that at least.
I believe that political parties as a concept are antithetical to democracy.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say based in a way. I mean, like having like non-party based elections, I think, and just having it being like based on an individual candidate and what they actually fucking believe instead of like party line bullshit, I think is actually, but yeah, based actually. I actually do agree with that, honestly. Like, okay, well, they give me that weird cringe shit, and then they throw in the baseness, like, right after that. Like, alright, I don't know if I'm ever gonna, like, come to a consensus about this guy right here. I don't think I'll have a consensus on him.
Concept are antithetical to democracy.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I also just want to add that I think both parties are a lot more radical.
Bro, I see what they're doing now. So instead of some other person like behind the camera asking a question, they're having one of these people say a statement or ask a question, and then seeing if like, and having one person at a time, I guess, come up. I guess they're changing their little concept about it a little bit.
Party solution.
Because they used to do this a little differently.
Know what I mean? Like China. He said the two-party system is a trap. There should be one party. You know what I mean?
Well, he didn't necessarily say that. I mean, he said no parties. He thinks parties, period, are antithetical to democracy. Like, he's saying, I think, the opposite, honestly.
Just the CCP that fucking dominates, okay? Or the Communist Party in Cuba. And you can have different party members from different political worldviews and ideologies within the party, but it's the one party, baby. Don't think that's what he meant. Yeah, I'm joking, man.
Okay.
You're gonna joke.
Than they used to be, and
you gotta be more serious. You gotta be more joking with that. I even thought that was serious.
Helping bridge that gap in between.
You're an absolute idiot. Yeah, I'm the idiot.
And kind of showing that, you know, you can.
Hey Hassan, you just got fucking wrecked, son. You were called an idiot. How do you feel? Checkmate, you liberal commie.
You're an absolute idiot. Yeah, I'm
wrecked.
An idiot.
And kind of showing that you can agree with both parties, which can help.
Why did I pay attention?
Senate and House of Representatives to come up with better policies and to come up with better laws that help our people.
Yeah, and agreeing with both parties is not how you do that to help. People to be better. Like that's not how you do it. Oh my God. Okay, I don't like you.
The bickering that we see among our politicians right now.
That's fabric. The whole two-party thing. Like, okay, that all right. The other kid that like first said like the whole two-party thing is trap. Like, you know, this is why, because that bickering stuff is bullshit. It's fabrication as a way to like have, you know, different divides, you know, so those same type of rich fucks, you know, can do a lot of more bipartisan deals for each other so they can run away with the money in the back rooms and shit while doing shadowy deals. Like, I mean, this is like, that's a part of the bickering that goes on, which inflames a lot of that, you know, when it comes to issues that, you know, everyday Americans may feel and shit, or like when it comes to like more conspiratorial fringe elements and shit, when it comes to the far right and all that, like it feels that shit. Like that's the problem. It's like agreeing with both parties leads to these problems. It's like, this is why I hate this moderate shit. That's why I like cringe and just like fucking like get like honestly like just like irrationally like angry with like people like moderates and shit. It's like I want to slap you silly. It's like boo. It's like literal, like, oh yes, you know how we could change things? By not doing anything and maintaining the status quo and just being more civil and coming together for this status quo. Yes! It's like, okay. Okay.
In America is that we don't have enough political parties. We only have two. And that's the problem. It makes us so divided.
I mean, I also don't necessarily disagree with this either. It's like either have a shitload of political parties or just don't have any, period. have no parties or like 20 of them. Like, I mean, it's like, let's not have like 2 or like 3 or 4, you know, let's have like a shitload or none at all.
Yeah, it's just strange because, like, I never see moderates being like, hey, man, I think we should be more leftist, actually. I just only see them go further and further to the right, especially in a country like America that's already, like, inherently slanted towards the right. I wonder why.
Also, I hate this notion that it's always, like, what's in the middle that's right. I think, really, we should be looking at whether it's right or not necessarily based upon the fact whether it's right or whether it's left or whether it's in the middle. It should be based upon the arguments. It should be based upon the rationalization.
I love your take.
I mean, I actually kind of agree with that, I guess.
On that, but nothing can really ever be right because what's right to one person is not going to be.
I mean, well, yeah, that's why I said I kind of agree, because yeah, she's.
I mean, you can look ideologically.
I mean, because honestly, she's saying it kind of correctly. It's like, because obviously I, you know, have an idea of what I think is right, you know, and shit, when it comes to, like, you know, what the country especially ought to be doing and shit, but that's not the same idea as, like, you know, some other person might have. I'm definitely not the same thing as, like, my dad or my mom or shit, like a lot of other people I know. But at the same time, there's also a lot of people I know that, at least mostly, at least on a very broad level, and majority of the ideas and shit, like, do, you know, have, you know, a similar idea. So, but obviously that's the kind of thing, it's a very subjective thing, so it's like, I mean, that's why there needs to either be like a strong multi-party system where there's like 20 parties or some shit like that, or just none at all, because it has to be based on like the actual ideas and shit, and especially what the majority of people do think what should be right, you know, when it comes to benefiting everybody else. Because that's actual bipartisanship and actual, like, unity and shit, but that never ever happens. Which is why, you know, especially for me, there's such disdain when people talk about it, but never actually, like, have a way to get there. It's like, they just, you know, talk about, we just need to come together and vote and just partake in the institutions and just trust in the system, guys. Let's be, you know, let's work together. It's like, fuck you, that ain't working. It's like, I'd rather do something different, then we could do that. How about that? Let's try something else instead, you know, and do all that, you know, with a new thing. I think that'd just be a little preferable at this point.
You can say, well, this is this and this is this, but who's to say which is correct? Which is why the problem of parties, I think, can't really be solved.
That's such a funny take from a conservative.
They can, but money is a major fundamental problem that keeps these parties afloat, because they're corporate backed. Yeah, there technically could be something done about it, but it's just a very long fucking, you know, river to haul and, you know, and row your boat up and shit. And it is full of shit.
Are you saying that conservatives are incorrect? Why are you making it seem like who's to say who's correct and who's incorrect? And then you turn around and you're always like, but the Democrats are incorrect and the conservatives are correct. So why are you saying that? What is this, like, weird dance around the issues here?
Because he's trying to look like he's a free thinker. Remember, he's like the free thinker guy. Like, he flexed that really hard at the beginning and literally, like, you know, checked this kid next to him when it came to that shit.
You're wearing a fucking Joe Brandon t-shirt, bro. You're wearing a fucking I Did That t-shirt. I'm 14 and this is deep, the video.
Binary. It's something that is ingrained into us as humans, to be team members, to be competitive. Competition is what we are, even when it comes to representing ourselves, leading ourselves, and attempting to better ourselves. So having more teams isn't going to fix that.
Well, why not just eliminate...
What? Having more teams ain't going to fix that? Wait. You just, oh my god. This kid was just saying, it's like, you know, humans, we're like social, competitive, and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, but having like more teams is not going to help, you know, like with any of that. It's like, how? If we're a species that, you know, which I don't like inherently disagree with, but I definitely have a very strongly different idea about, you know, competition and that type of shit than this kid does. But like, I mean, if it's the case that, like, yeah, I mean, that's a part of, you know, like, the human condition, you know, being a human is, like, you know, having a sense of competition, you know, and shit, which isn't, like I said, inherently a bad thing, then wouldn't you want more teams, you know, so it's more competitive, so there's more competition to, you know, push for, like, what the majority of what people want, so you get more influence and power and being able to like compete for like the love of the people and the prosperity of the nation and stuff like that. Like, it's like, what? It's like you say all these things, but then you just like say the exact opposite of what should be done, you know, when it comes to something like that.
Political party just to achieve, you know, the ability of people to cooperate with each other, because
holy fuck, is this kid like a direct democracy anarchist? What is happening right now?
I know, honestly, like, he says some, like, direct democracy, like, anarcho shit earlier, and I'm just, like, I feel like this kid right here is gonna be a roller coaster.
Beaming around about, like, the fucking two-party system is broken, which I agree, it is fundamentally flawed.
It is.
But this guy literally is like, no, individual direct democracy, every single thing, including zoning laws, but also, like, literally what the fucking comptroller has to do on a daily basis needs to be democratized. Every part of the government needs to be fucking run on direct participatory democracy.
As George Washington warned of political partisanship in his farewell address, he wasn't saying we need more parties, he was saying we need no parties, because these
He actually... Dude, this guy, he's kind of spitting a little bit. I'm starting to like this guy.
Force people to believe a certain way just so that they can fit in with their fellow party members.
Well, Thanos snapping away the party system.
Well, you can't just Thanos snapping away. It's like, oh yeah, it's such a checkmate, bruh. Oh, you checkmate him real good with that one.
Teamsmanship. We are always going to have these issues, and every person, whether they've got a D or an R next to their name, they're going to get, or I say, hey, are you pro or anti-abortion? Okay, get into this. Are you pro or anti-gun? Okay, get into this. You might see...
Those are used as social wedge issues to divide, you know, people, like, oh my god. Does he not get that? And, like, he wants to, like, you can see that kid, too, like, our little, like, you know, direct democracy anarcho stand over here. He's just like, like, I mean, he's just like, I really want to, like, butt in on this.
Things, we're still going to have these teams, even if we have it split up into a million different parties.
Look at he really wants to, he's just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Some other countries do. What do those parties do when they need to get something done? They form blocks, they form coalitions, which is basically just reducing it back to the binary. And we are
no, wait, what? Huh? That's not how, like, political, like, party coalitions, like, totally work there, fam. Like, I mean, to a degree, but, like, I mean, there's still, like, a coalition's, like, when it comes to, like, a multi-party system and, like, a coalition of different parties coming together, it's because they're coming together as a coalition on common issues that, for the most part, they all generally would agree with. Like, for example, like, if you have, like, you know, a socialist workers' party, like a Green Party, and, like, a social democratic party, all, like, you know, all have, like, agreement on, like, environmental regulations and some shit like that, you know, they would form a coalition, you know, when it comes to, like, an environmental coalition block or something, when it comes to the legislators or the parliament and shit. You know, it's like, I mean, that doesn't mean that they all suddenly are just like, oh, we're now all suddenly the same. Like, they still are going to have major differences and major different priorities, you know, nonetheless. But there's still at least broad common ground to where, you know, the main achievement, you know, that they want to get to is still going to be done. Like, that's kind of what a political coalition is. It's like, it's not like reducing it back to the binary. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Free thinker Andy over here, like, you know, really showing off his free thinking skills right now. With his, I did my research, you know, brain going here.
Binary teams, because that is just the way humans
So you think politics should embrace the binaries?
Yeah, but a multi-party system directly indicates that coalitions have to work with one another, and therefore more political perspectives are at least adequately represented. He's not wrong about, like, coalition building being a necessity, of course.
Oh, Tom Morello showed up to the United Strippers Union strikes? Dude, fuck yeah, that's awesome. Base Tom Morello, dude.
But, like, that coalition oftentimes is supposed to get, like, make demands and get demands. So if you truly are a believer in democracy, like theoretical democracy, like you fucking believe that it's a real thing and has happened, or...
I kind of hope he was playing some music and, you know, has some words to say and stuff, too. I'm sure he did. Well, I hope he was at least playing music. I'm sure he made at least a speech or two, but I hope he was at least, you know, brought his guitar and played some songs or something.
Should definitely, absolutely be an advocate for the parliamentary system.
Well, but the whole point of what you were saying about how you should make decisions based on individual policy ideas, like are you pro-choice, are you pro-life?
God damn, dude. Now I understand why fucking all the juicers make fun of us, dude. Is this what my audience looks like at parties? Like, what the fuck's going on? Nerds, dude. Holy shit. Never talk about this stuff at parties, okay? Never. Don't do it.
Life. If parties are eliminated, people will actually be forced to do research on the politicians who believe in ideas that are closest to theirs.
I mean, like, yes and no. I mean, yes in idea and what he's saying, but I want to say, it's like, while I might have to, like, force the option, and where you have to do that, like, that doesn't necessarily mean people are going to do that. Like, they're just gonna, hear a few things, hear little quips or buzzwords about, candidate, like, kind of like it now, how it is, but there just isn't, like, as much of, like, this, party line banter. It'll just be more, like, ideological banter at this point. Like, oh, they're not a proper American nationalists. Oh, they're, because they're dirty communists and shit. Like, that type of shit would still kind of be around. But, like, it just wouldn't be, like, specifically, like, party name type of stuff. And there will probably be some people just as homage, from the before days, would probably still call themselves Republican or Democrat or some shit, even if parties weren't really much of a thing. Because I can at least see them being like a kind of like a symbolic thing in a way, where it's like it doesn't really have any value outside of just like kind of, giving a general idea of where you do lean politically. Like, so like being a Republican, Democrat, or Workers' Party or whatever the fuck, or, any of these other parties, the only real value it has is just saying, kind of broadly saying I lean more towards like these ideas, or whatever the fuck. Like that's about as honestly, realistically, that's how really what parties should be. Like, because unfortunately, they really aren't. It should just basically literally be a title and that's it. Everything, everything else about the, how parties are now can, frankly, just fuck off.
Even the right people, they kind of just slap a label on it, and I feel like moderates do a lot of their own research because they don't necessarily agree with one side, so every problem that comes up, they have to go and do their own research about it to figure out what side they agree with or what opinion. I do think that sometimes having different groups provide conversation, and if we were all the same thing, it's not necessarily, we're not going to have any progress.
That's relative, honestly, like, because some I would argue maybe being a hive mind, or like all thinking the same might be better. Maybe not necessarily in like individuality all being like literally the same, but at least when it comes to like, general course of like human prosperity and shit, maybe being hive mind in that way, or all thinking unitarily in a sense. I mean, it's like one can make the, at least a philosophical argument for such. I mean, not a political one, obviously. I don't, that wouldn't be possible right now.
Neither Trump nor Biden were good presidents.
True and based. Everyone. Oh wait. Hold up. There's somebody that didn't walk up. There's someone in the corner.
Neither Trump nor Biden were good presidents.
So everyone walks up, and there's one person. One person stayed up there.
My family benefited from a lot of...
Oh wait, no. There's like two. Wait. There's like 4 people that are up there, dude. What the fuck?
Free thinkers on the right, by the way.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Oh my god.
Remember, the individual big brain free thinkers on the fucking conservative right. Like, you look at liberals, they all are like in unison. They're like, nah, neither of them are good. Neither of them are good. The moderates are like, they're not fucking centrist enough, so there's something fundamentally brain broken about them for that
Well, one of them is stuck up there. Like, one of them stayed.
reason. Okay? But then the right wingers are like, nah, brother, that right there is a perfect demonstration of why Republicans still win elections despite having less support overall within the population. That's it. You're seeing it. It's a microcosm of that exact same thing that happens at a much larger scale every fucking election cycle.
Yeah. And honestly, it's what's kind of scared me about technically tomorrow now. Because that's how, this is how, unfortunately, Republicans do wins. Because people who are, like, either, quote, moderates or liberals, or, like, centrists or whatever brains they do have, I guess. And, people are progressives and leftists and shit like that. Like, there's a lot more actual free thinking and shit going on and when it comes to that. So with it, thus comes more critique and more criticism of, status affairs or with an individual or an administration or whatever have you. I mean, does that mean they might fall in line with, like, the Democrat or whatever the fuck? I mean, probably. Like, I'm sure at least maybe 3 of those people probably would, vote Democrat either way. But either way, I mean, like, it's, it kind of goes to show that people who are ostensibly liberal or left or progressive leaning, at least, to some extent, are definitely going to be a lot more critical when it comes to, the current status of affairs versus, Republicans and the free thinkers. Looks like the short, dark Brandon era is over. Apparently Biden and Walsh are planning to get Congress to crack down on railroad workers. Okay, those railroad workers better fucking strike, and they better strike hard. Alright, now I'm just in favor of them striking, period. Yeah, like, Biden's like, alright, here, let's try to have a compromise, Jack, where we just fuck you over anyway. Oh, look, you didn't accept our thing. Well, fuck you, we're cracking down now. Pro-worker Biden there. Piece of shit. Pro-union, where is the loving his trains Biden over here? Motherfucker. Of course. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really surprised. I did not have any faith that Biden was going to be on the side of the worker when it came to railroad strikes. He just wanted them to have, their bare minimal concession, to shut up and take it and just let business go as usual. That was his plan. And because the rank and file ain't taking shit, now he's pissed. He's not too happy. Old grandpa not happy about that. And you know what? Good. They should stick it to him and strike. And yeah, that honestly will fuck supply, when it comes to even my store and shit, frankly, but I don't care. We already have issues as it is, at least this time I can say because, there's railroad strike and I can at least explain, to customers why they are. What's bare minimum? They got 1 sick day, bitch. What the fuck? Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Like, their bare minimum isn't necessarily for the bare minimum for the workers, but the bare minimum of what concessions are, which is at least putting something there, even if it's not even remotely fucking close to what, the workers want for their actual bare minimum. Because they were asking for, like, 2 weeks of, like, sick days, guaranteed, just flat out. And I think after that, it was supposed to, like, add up over time if they didn't use all of it and shit. Like, there was some, like, cause I know there was, like, some, broad details, but then, like, extra little, bigger details to it, cause the contract, especially when contracts aren't just, like, it's this, and this, and that's it. Like, it's, like, I've shown my, newest contract here before. I know I have that copy around it somewhere still. I mean, it's like multiple fucking pages of like a long caveat of words, like fucking just like fucking business lingo, business wordings and phrasings and shit. It's all this shit. And I mean, so there's a lot of little details in there where it's not just like, oh, they get 2 sick days, or 2 sick weeks, 2 weeks of sick days and shit. They get, like that, and there will be some extra details to it. When a buying barges into the store and lays a fat one on a manager about high turnover rate and low morale, her corporate profits. I mean, I would be like, hey, will you allow us to strike, to, have less turnover rate and better morale by improving working conditions and actually making sure they followed up with their contractual wages and shit like that and abide by these things? Actually, funny enough, when I got off work, I was kind of talking to one of the meat cutters, with one of my closer tonight, and honestly, it's like, and it is kind of true, it's like a lot of this type of bullshit, it really was only happening, like, after the merger of Albertsons and shit. And then, now, with the whole, merger with Kroger, inevitable, it's like, it's just literally gonna be fucking worse. It's like, oof. Hell no, Jack, we need more lipstick on that pig there. No malarkey, Fat. Listen, Fat, we need more lipstick on that pig stat. No malarkey, Jack. Get to it. Or I'll blow a hole in your lung of a 9mm.
Objectively worse, more violent, more brutal fucking candidates year over year. Their rhetoric gets more and more violent, more and more psychotic, more and more anti-poor. and anti-marginalized year over year, and their fucking fan base is still like, nah, dog, I bleed red. Better red than dead, but better Republican red, not fucking communist, obviously.
Trump's policies, but basically what I felt was that...
Is this how a libtard chat looks like? Bro, if you want to know what a libtard chat looks like, watch me chat your fucking mom last night.
I love Hassan, dude.
That's right, dude. She loved it.
Wrecked.
She's a libtard too now, baby.
She's a libtard too now, baby. Get wrecked.
Not your best.
Shut the fuck up! I just think that personally he's too old to be president. I do think there needs to be a cutoff limit when someone can be president.
Yeah, young people are heavily unrepresented within our country. The average age of...
Wait. Did she actually say there needs to be a maximum age limit? Based. Okay, you know what? I wasn't liking you, but based. Alright, based, moderate centrist lady. Like, alright, I agree with that. There needs to be a maximum age limit, yes. I think it should just be retirement age 65. Like, I mean, you can run for president at 64 and serve your single term, but after that...
Whereas people in Congress are generally above the age of 50 on average. So when people kind of point at Biden to be very old, Trump's also extremely old too. So if we want to put some type of age limit on that side, I think that they're both way too old to be president. And obviously we need a lot more representation for younger people.
Neither of them seem to have been particularly popular even within their own parties, Trump to a lesser extent.
Well, Trump was extremely popular amongst his party, whereas Biden has actually lost a lot of that popularity throughout time as people have seen him throughout his presidency. I think there were a lot of things on both the Republican and Democratic side in which these particular figures led to like a larger amount of polarization amongst the public.
I don't like Trump because of a lot of the racist things that he has said. And if you're out making jokes about...
Oh, why hold on, why are you raising your hand, bro? Why was he raising his hand? Oh no.
Literally about to chime in like, explain to me how he was racist.
Joe Biden has a much stricter racist history than Donald Trump ever has, and in my opinion...
Oh my fucking god!
Oh my god, he's not wrong.
Well, I guess I think they both have a horrible history of it. Like, I mean, stricter. Like, dude, some of the racist that Trump's done in the past. I mean, before being a politician. I mean, come on now. He literally refused to like have like black people rent his like some of the apartments that he owned and shit because black people because he didn't want that like decreasing property value or some shit, and refused to pay immigrant workers like anything to build his bullshit. So yeah, racist scumfuck, dude. Yeah.
Presidential cycle. Joe Biden said, if you even...
Okay, here's the issue that I have with people like Chandler, okay? Where they're like, oh man, Joe Biden is more racist than Donald Trump. Like, first of all, maybe. I mean, Joe Biden definitely did more racist shit in the 90s than Donald Trump did, because Joe Biden had more power as a senator than Donald Trump did. But we're talking about
Donald Trump wasn't a politician by that point.
Who literally fucking took out an ad against the Central Park 5 demanding that they get executed. Okay? So, like, within the limited circle that he had, him and his father also denied black people housing and were investigated by the federal courts for that reason. Like, within the small earldom that Donald Trump had, within the space he occupied, he definitely was as racist as he possibly could be, right? Both are pretty racist. We can admit that, I think. It's fine. Maybe Joe Biden had a much larger impact on the black population in America as a consequence of being the senator that also, was the architect of the crime bill. I think given the opportunity, Trump would have been just as, if not even more racist, honestly, than Joe Biden was. It's just that he had not had the opportunity yet. And when he did become the president, we saw how he was operating. It's not like we don't know how Donald Trump would be if he was in a position of power. We saw how fucking awful he was. Ultimately,
he basically like called like half of Africa a bunch of like shithole countries, and like literally tried to like ban immigration, from Islamic nations because them damn Islamo terrorists. Boo.
Up to the fucking individual words that these people have said. It shouldn't be microaggressions. It shouldn't be macroaggressions. They're just straight up racist.
Frankly, the only country I'd probably be okay if that would be Saudi Arabia, but I'm just putting that out there.
These people say they are quite literally enacting white supremacist policies. That should be enough for people to recognize that politicians are racist. But no, you have to also see the seasoning. You're so aesthetics prone as liberals that you need some kind of like immediate shape, color, size something that you consider to be tangible.
Think about voting for anybody other than me. You ain't black. And when I learned about the atrocities that the Democrat Party had done, not just to the world and to America, but to my race specifically.
Well, hey, hold up. Well, hey, you know what to say, Jack. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. I have a meme saved somewhere. I know I have a meme saved somewhere. Where did I save the meme? Where is the fucking meme? Where is the meme? Where is the goddamn meme? I have the meme. I have the memes. I have the memes to bring the dreams. Now where's the meme? I have the meme. But I cannot find the meme. Okay, where the fuck is the meme? I saved it. I know I saved it. Fucking Venom sent it to me. God damn it. So how do I not have the meme? Where is the meme? God damn it. I want my fucking meme. Is it in here? I swear to fucking Christ, if it's like in some stupid shit like this, it's just gonna be like, bruh. Yeah, of course it actually, yep. Alright. Yeah, I see some of the stress in here. Alright, where's the meme? Where's the meme? Because if you, hey, ain't black if you don't vote for me, Jack. I know I have it saved somewhere. Oh my fucking god. I just want a meme. That's all I want. Just one meme. I feel like getting close. Feel like getting close to the meme. Where are you? Are you fucking kidding me? It's not even in here. Seriously, where the fuck are you? Oh my god. Alright, I ain't gonna look this hard for it. It's somewhere. I know I have it somewhere. Because it's like a comic, basically, of just like this, of this, fucking, of just like this, black girl saying, I will never vote for you. And it's like, then Jack, and then, like, you know, Biden literally just literally sucks the black out. It's like, then you ain't black. And she's just, like, lying there as a husk. That's just, like, some white blonde chick.
Never, in my opinion, be a Democrat. And
yeah, that's why I joined the party that literally runs on racial agitated propaganda that black people are inherently violent. That's why I did that, because I was so open-minded.
Because I'm a free thinker, brother.
What is that argument, man? You're like, Democrats were so racist that I decided to join the true racists.
it would take a lot to even vote for him. And on top of that, back in the 80s, he was responsible for, as he said, wrote the dang bill, the Clinton crime bill, which was responsible for throwing a lot of people.
Like, this is true.
I mean, that's true.
Look at that, and then turn around and just avoid the past 10 years of, like, Republicans literally, first of all, the 80s and 90s. First of all, he's talking about the 90s. He's talking about Bill Clinton, not the 80s. He's talking about the 90s. What led to Bill Clinton and passing the crime control bill, or the crime bill, that Joe Biden actually fucking authored and was the architect of? The Willie Horton ad. Who put that ad out there? What sparked the most racist backlash towards black people that led to the Democratic Party's incessant need to fucking cave and concede to white supremacists and literally become the champion of white supremacist causes like the criminal justice system, championing the criminal justice system and its white supremacist roots and making that permanent? Who did that? Who was pushing the racial agitated propaganda on the right? It was the Republicans. Shut the fuck up. It's so stupid. These people literally act like the crime bill was like Democrats going, I'm racist and I want to do racist shit, okay? Like, yeah, there are a lot of racist Democrats. Joe Biden is one of them. He definitely did a lot of racist shit. But
I'm also just kind of thinking about the song that Dead on Arrival and Joe Biafra did. I think it was called it was like Full Metal something. But yeah, I could probably look it up actually. Just looking at Full Metal. It's not Full Metal Jacket, fuck you. Or Full Metal, oh my fucking god, of course. Yeah, I could just literally look up Joe Biafra. At least this time I know I can fucking find it. Yeah, nope, none of those. Okay. Okay. Full Metal Jack Off. Okay, Jesus Christ. But there's like a part of the lyric of the song called where it says like, where you see Willie Horton, you've seen them all, basically. Where essentially, because a part of the song is like critiquing really like what he's talking about, like this idea of like basically seeing like black people and the poor and shit as like, you know, these criminals, and if you've seen one of them, you've seen them all, and they're all just like, you know, gonna be a bunch of like crackheads and like go off and do, you know, war in the streets and shit. So you want martial law and basically like cordon them off and letting like fascistic Nazi thugs, you know, like, you know, rule the streets and shit. that type of shit. Kind of a dystopian but really awesome song.
Literally stating like, hold on now, we should be nice to black people. No, they have been weaponizing the white supremacist criminal justice system while denying that institutional or systemic racism exists in perpetuity since the beginning of fucking time. Shut the fuck up.
That look like us in prison. This guy is weird.
I mean, within your statement,
broad brushstrokes of conservatism don't float. Why not? Are there conservatives who fucking recognize that systemic racism exists? Because I've yet to meet one. Ultimately, they will reduce it back to culture because they're pussies. Or maybe there's an easier explanation, and that is poverty, okay? Socioeconomic circumstances that people are brought up in. Because when you look at black, white, doesn't matter. When you look at fucking poverty, you see violent crimes, okay? That's how this works.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. It's true.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't really take that much, you know, to go looking around at, you know, here to see that, unfortunately. I mean, it's not even necessarily just like, you know, violent crime necessarily, but a lot of it's just like crime and poverty and shit, where it's just like, oh, some people stealing shit from the grocery store or something. You know, it's like, it's usually, for the most part, it tends to be shit like that, or like, you know, people taking things out of people's cars and shit, or, you know, carjacking to, you know, an extent, or bike jacking, things like that. I mean, these are all very common and very predominant when it comes to, when it comes to socioeconomic conditions of, you know, shit being impoverished. I mean, another part of it is, you know, like when I found the drugs, you know, like at my work. Well, I didn't find them, but when my coworker did, it's like, oh yeah, a bunch of perks and oxys just showing here with a pipe that someone's looking to ground this all up and smoke it. Oh, dude, gee willikers. Wonder why that's there, because of this type of shit where, you know, like you have someone who's probably either homeless or, you know, probably stealing shit and like grabbing cans and stuff, you know, to go for a bottle drop or something, you know, to try to fucking, like, you know, get, you know, scrounge out cash and shit to basically have a bunch of, you know, oxys and perks essentially to fucking, you know, have an escapism from the, you know, crushing struggle of being in fucking poverty. Because it's a very major common problem, especially around here.
If you think about it, it's the one area where it is legitimately colorblind. The only difference is, of course, false. I love when motherfuckers say false to that. You're just
false, wrecked. Get checkmate.
False information and faulty data. If you say that it is not nearly identical across fucking across the boundaries of socioeconomic factors, you're basically saying you went on 4chan and someone duped you into believing that like rich black people do more crime than rich white people or some shit. Or poor white people even. I've heard that as well. That's just a gigantic self-report that you're not only wrong, but you're too stupid and so biased that you would believe in fucking, you know, faulty data.
You didn't necessarily acknowledge any of the racist history in relation to Trump as well. So if we're only going to put eyes on like either Trump or Biden, I see that not necessarily to be like the most consistent framework for looking at this.
Of course, and I understand why you say that, but she didn't actually provide any examples of a history. She provided a media mismanagement of what he said in 2015/16, talking about immigration. But every time Trump tries to talk about this, they call him a racist and a xenophobe.
I come from a
Because he is. Like, because he literally is.
family that is of immigrants. My grandparents don't speak English, and they are from Mexico, and a lot of the time people were bashing Trump for that racist thing. He's trying to keep them out, but he's only trying to keep the criminal individuals such as...
Wait.
Yo, she said Mexico is sending rapists, girl. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this? I'm a moderate on Trump's immigration policies as a Mexican American, first generation. I'm a moderate on Trump's, immigration policies. What that means is I think only...
You know, I just think that, like, half of the people, you know, are good, like me, and the other half are just, like, literal rapist cartel people that, you know, deserve to be kicked out because I made it, you know, my family made it, and because they had their cake or eating it, you know, Why aren't you? Fuck you. I made it. You know, meh. Play stuff by the bitch trap. I'm a moderate.
Half. You know what I mean? That's what I'm for. That's what I'm in favor of. I'm a moderate. That's awesome.
You know, drug lords or people sending drugs to our country.
At the same time, though, it's sort of like disingenuous to say that, you know, the immigration policies are just keeping the bad people out, because at the same time, it's almost impossible for most people to emigrate to the United States legally.
What? Billionaires can solve problems better than the government. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh no.
Yes! Yes!
Oh no.
Oh, dude. Yeah,
Oh,
Elon
no.
Musk running the country like fucking Twitter. Donald Trump running the country like Elon Musk runs Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Woo!
Capitalism will always be more superior than the public sector.
Ah! Oh my god. All right. No. Oh, fuck you. No. All right. There.
90% of things in this country.
The 90% of things in this country? What in the fuck are you smoking? And where can I find some of that dope dank, bro? Like, what in the fuck? I mean, okay, that broke my fucking brain. Oh, I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that. Oh, fucking God. I was not ready for that. God, that was a gut punch. Fuck, dude. I'm sorry. I was not ready for that fucking, like, hot take. Ugh. Oh my fucking
Listen,
God.
bro, when DuPont Chemical was fucking straight up dumping unimaginable amounts of toxic chemicals into water supplies, killing all natural water supply in a region, I was saying to myself, let's fucking go. The government can't dump toxic waste like this, okay? Do you
That's right,
understand?
fam. Let's go.
The government can't come near this shit, dog. I want Teflon directly ingrained into my fucking existence, okay? Holy shit, could you imagine? Could you imagine, dude?
Dude, this is like an Incapistani Andy, dude. Like, that's just what this Nathan kid is. He's like an Incapistani Andy. It's like free market capitalism, fucking, like, no government, like, let's go, baby. DuPont can, like, you know, dump all them fucking, you know, like, chemicals in the water, fucking, like, private PMCs everywhere. Like, cause fuck it, let's go, baby. Private police forces everywhere, cause let's go, baby. Incapistani Andy here. Hey, what are you doing?
I see that billionaires are using their money for philanthropy. They don't want to pay taxes. I see that because they just feel like if the government takes
no, shut up. No.
money, they're not going to do good with the money. A great
They don't do good with the philanthropy because they are tax avoiding and doing tax evasion, you fucking rat bag fuck. Oh, I don't want my stuff taxed, so I'm going to do tax avoidance because, you know, I can't do good things with my money or something, even though I want to hoard all of it like the fucking parasite that I am. Fuck it. Okay, I'm good. I'm okay. What about ANCAVs who are also booklers? Is one of those on our slash, but yeah. They have a special place now.
has revolutionized the way we shop.
I think the key word...
Oh,
yeah, dude.
What?
It really did. Amazon invented this concept called whipping the living shit out of your fucking workers in your distribution facility. So much so that the turnover rate is so fucking high that it's literally running out of people to abuse, okay? It's so everywhere, and the level of turnover is so fucking high that they don't have new employees coming in that they could fucking abuse. It's so sick, dude. They did this really fucking crazy thing called time.
Yeah, and also they do this crazy thing called brainwashing, you know, a lot of people into thinking that it's a good thing, you know, to have Amazon ship too. Like, because I know people that are, like, basically brainwashed. It's like, oh, yeah, I know people who, you know, work for Amazon. They get paid really well, and they like it, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, get me in a room with them. I'll talk to them, and I'll tell you how much they actually fucking hate it. Guaranteed. Like, cause I mean, cause like half of the, like most of the time, whenever I hear shit like that, it's never from an actual like blue collar worker type, saying that shit. Hey, it's always like some small business owner type and shit, or just someone like who is oh my fucking god, would you shut the fuck up? Oh my god, I'll use this to shut you up, but fuck, dude, get over here. Lay down. No. Lay all the way down. No. Lay down. Oh, fuck it, goddamn lighter. Lay down. No. Lay down. That's not lay down. Lay down. There you go. Fuck. Damn. Damn little mutt. I am the odd. Fucking real. But anyway, but like I was saying though, it's like usually I always hear that type of shit. It's like, oh, it's always good to be, like that type of shit from like small business owner types of shit. Mainly because they work hard and blah blah blah, because then I could use them as an obedient worker. Like that's why they think that usually. That's what I'm saying. It's like if you get someone like me to talk with him and shit, like I'll be able to tell him like 8 ways till Sunday how much I actually fucking hate it. Like guarantee fucking to it.
Turn human beings into fucking robots, even though they're not. And I mean,
because not only that, but it's like, why do you think they are, having to shit in diapers and piss in bottles and fucking like are dying in warehouses and distribution centers, like are just fucking dying, like like it's like some fucking coal mine or some shit now or something. It's like we basically have modernized the coal mine, but now it's an Amazon distribution center.
God, Americans are fucking worse, dude.
In the prompt is billionaires can,
I feel you, Hassan.
Affect positive change better than the government.
By the way, this is yet another instance where like fucking annoying little moderates, siding with the conservatives on right-wing shit. Because in America, you are a right-winger. Your automatic position in a lot of instances is going to be super, super slanted towards the right.
I don't think it's a guarantee that they will, because I think there are certain instances of billionaires doing good with their money, but then there are...
Come on, you anarcho-direct democratic Andy, bro. Like, why are you doing that to me? Man, this guy is a roller coaster. Fuck, man. Why are you being like that? Why are you being like that to me, bro? Yes, the billionaires can do some good. It's like, no. I will never believe that. I don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, just on the virtue and the nature of someone being a billionaire does not mean you're going to be a good person or do anything good with your fucking money. Like, you would actually have to, let me physically, see, their, purchase records and their tax records and everything, and actually, look through their fucking, files of that shit for me to believe that. And I'm never going to be able to see that shit because they always are tax evading and all that shit. So... as far as I'm concerned, they can all be in fucking jail for the rest of their life and have all their money and all the inheritance for the little fucking spoon-fed little booger eaters and shit, seized, and redistributed equally, through the federal budget. And, it's like that would, be a better outcome to whatever fucking philanthropy, whatever fucking billionaire rat bag, whatever do in their fucking life.
I know you mentioned Jeff Bezos, but he also, often doesn't use his money for good because there are
time off tax allows.
He often doesn't use his money for good. Oh my god, this moderate fucking take. Okay.
Workers aren't working. Spend a day in an Amazon fulfillment center and then talk about the company. Do you think? Hey guys, do you think this chatter knows? Lemma, not true at all. I'm a manager at Amazon. Oh, brother.
Oh my god. Honestly, if you ever hear someone's like, I work for Amazon, I actually like it, manager. Fuck them. No, don't believe them. Well, believe them, but fuck them because they're just they have become part of the Hydra. They're the Hydra now.
Surrounded by motherfuckers that have donated to the Amazon Labor Union. That has interviewed Chris Smalls. I wonder if he has any idea. Do we know the conditions in a distribution facility? I mean, I would never know that. Please, I would love to hear from the manager.
The Bezos ambassador.
The working conditions that the actual fucking wage laborers go through. Yeah, let me hear more from the fucking boss man's dog. If you had any decency and self-awareness, you would recognize that you are in a similar predicament to the fucking workers that you're considering lazy, but your entire job and your efficiency in your job revolves around making sure that, you know, people are whipped adequately. Just because you're holding the whip doesn't change the position that you're currently in. I'm just letting you know. Get back to work. I used to be a tier 3 employee, supervisor level, and these motherfuckers are the biggest goddamn bootlickers. They fire people over 2 extra minute bathroom break once in an entire 10-hour shift. Holy.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Fuck, dude. I mean,
that's why you need a union, because you don't need to be fired for taking 2 extra minutes on a piss break. Piss break.
Memeing. There's no fucking shot. A dude that's been following me since 2019.
I mean, honestly, it's just like, I mean, like, even with, like, more, you know, or at least with units that are, like, maybe more, like, you know, company-based in a sense, where it's like, well, it's not really the best way to say it. More like, you know, I guess just toothless. They're just not as aggressive as they could be. I mean, even they, you know, are legitimately straight up are better than literally none at all, because they're, at the very minimal, will be protections for shit like this. Like, even if they don't necessarily, like, fight as aggressive as they could be, or be as more militant as they probably could, you know, especially given this time. I mean, at the very least, you know, these basic, like, things that, like, I take for fucking granted. Like, cause, yeah, like, if I have to take a bathroom break, I mean, there's no real, like, scheduled time, you know, like, how long you take and shit. If nature calls, you know? But, at least, there's only been one time very recently where, like, that was tried to been used against me and shit, which, you know, we don't even have that store director anymore, so I could give a fuck at this rate. Whoever we have an assistant store director who's actually, from what I've seen of him, pretty chill, so maybe he can at least help me out. Because, I mean, him and I have at least a pretty decent rapport, so at least get more acquainted and, you know, chat him up and shit. At least on a good day, because sometimes, like, if he's really in a zone with something or just not really feeling it, he kind of has, like, this little kind of blow-off mentality a little bit, but it's not, like, a personal thing, I can tell. It's just kind of how he is. We're gonna need more lipstick. Well, at least with this guy, with the now assistant store director, he's actually been in the store for a while. He's been the grocery manager and has done a few other positions at that store specifically, so, I mean, he's not like, you know, some random fuck who's just shown up out of nowhere. Like, he's been there for, maybe not, I don't think as long as me, but at least for like 4 something years or something like that, and he's been around for a minute. So, I mean, I definitely think he's probably going to have his hands full right now. We don't have a new director yet. No. We're basically going for, like, 1 every week right now until we get a permanent replacement. So, like, basically, like, you know, store directors from different stores are taking, like, 4 to 3 days, you know, to work over at our store instead, you know. And it's so fucking goddamn stupid. Like, now that we have the assistant store director, they should just, like, you know, just let it be managed just how that is for now until, you know, further notice, and just, like, whatever bigger, you know, projects where a store director would be more needed for and shit, just postpone or something. I don't fucking know. Like, they could be doing this way better. Because just, like, throwing a random, like, store director in there, you know, for, like, temporarily, like, every week, you know, it's just going to be a random fucking person each time, is, like... I mean, if it was just a temporary person who was just going to be there until a permanent person, and, like, you apply for store director, that would never happen. I mean, honestly, like, I would probably do a PIC position more than that. Like, the person in charge position, like, because at least with that, like... Honestly, especially if I'm doing night shifts or some shit, oh my god, I'd be fucking, like, cruising. It'd be easier than shit. I mean, and also, well, I don't think about it, actually. I don't know, maybe. I pretty much, like, know everybody on the PICs who are night shift already at this point anyway, and I have done that type of, you know, not this PIC shit, but at least, you know, like, what... Yeah, like the more courtesy-based type of stuff that they will do. Like, I mean, half the shit that they do anyway, I already have done. Like, the extra stuff is, so basically being like pulling a till and a few other shit. Like, there'll be a couple other things that I have to learn, but stuff that I can pick up pretty easily. Question is, I want to really deal with all that shit. And, you know, and like, no. Not really. You know, they'd have to pay me a lot more than what the wage is for that shit. Which I think it's at like 20 something, like 20.53 or something like that, which it's nice, but it's like, I want more than that. Like, if I'm gonna be doing something like that, I want like 25 or something, like, oh. Like, nope. But that's not how, you know, the, you know, job is positioned for, so, unfortunately not. I mean, honestly, I kind of hope our assistant deli manager applies for the deli manager position, because if that's the case, then I honestly might apply for the assistant deli position at that point, because I'm, you know, really good buds with the current assistant anyway. I mean, actually, I've talk about him every now and then on streams occasionally, about actually, like, saying his name, obviously, but I mean, to be fair, honestly, it probably has slipped every now and then between my conversations with Drew and shit, so, but either way, like, I mean, you know, he's at least somebody who I know actually does give a fuck, and especially when it comes to corporate bullshit, and, you know, and how, like, dismissive they are with bullshit. Like, a lot of it, you know, for him, it's like one ear out the other, so, and considering how he works, I mean, I have a feeling at least, you know, they'll probably take more consideration, you know, with him in comparison, but I have no idea. Only lasted a few months. Yeah, and the only reason why she left is because she got fucked over for her vacation pay. Like, I think, like, from my understanding, it was, like, half of what it was supposed to, and she was like, fuck that, nope. I got a better, you know, opportunity anyway at, like, a Target or something, so, bye. Like, it was, like, I didn't even know she was, like, gone. Because, like, around the time that happened, when she went on vacation, she also, you know, like, it was either, like, before or after she, like, got COVID, too. And didn't know until she got tested for it. But, yeah, but, like, yeah, like, I mean, once she, like, after she came back from vacation, apparently, like, one of the first things that, you know, she did was put her 2 weeks in, was just like, nah, I'm done. A new pig, time to work my magic. Yeah, basically, it's just like, ugh. Whoever are, like, the district administrators for this place, you know, for this area, are a fucking bunch of fucking absolute morons, like, for real. Dumb shit motherfuckers. I honestly, like, would love to know the just so I could, like, you know, like, because if I was, like, assistant deli manager, that means I'd probably have to do Zoom calls with him every now and then, in case the actual deli manager can't do it. I would have to fill in that role. I would probably have some words to say to them. I would say it in the corporate way, you know, the polite way, quote unquote. But, you know, I wouldn't necessarily be nice. Because to be like, look here, you know, like, I mean, we have these issues, and it's like, I mean, we can't necessarily have these expectations. Like, you know, he's like, you understand? So it's like, well, you know, you have enough, blah, 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 blah. It's like, nah, like, I mean, I've been here, you know, like, I'm gonna go fuck. Like, I mean, honestly, especially when I got that position now, like, at that rate, like, Like, when I'm just, like, more of a just clerk rank and file and shit, you know, it's like, well, I obviously do have the voice and shit. Like, I would have to especially have a rep, you know, like, next to me, basically, to really ensure that I don't get fucked with. And I can't just have them called up and just, like, suddenly appear and materialize, you know, like, beam them down from the USS Enterprise, you know, or something. You know, so it's just like, you know, but if I'm at least, you know, on the assistant manager level and shit, you know, you know, there's a little extra level of, like, they can't totally fuck with me as much. I mean, you probably still would and try, but, I mean, I have a little bit more of authority at that point, which would be good. Honestly, yeah, at that point, it wouldn't be too bad, because I kind of know how to order stuff and shit anyway. It's just more about working the little order gun thing, like the towels gun or whatever we call it. Like, that's kind of the main thing. I don't know too much about how to operate that little sucker, but, I mean, everything else is pretty self-explanatory. Honestly, you know, especially doing that shit, I can easily get away with doing more OT. It'll just be more about just changing my sleep schedule a bit. That'll be it. Which won't be too hard. It's just like, it just wouldn't be a 9 to 5, thank fuck. Well, fuck, I just realized sometimes I might have to wake up at like 7 or something like that. Fuck. Boo. I'll have to think about that one. I'll have to see what my assistant manager does currently, because if he doesn't do that, then I won't do this, but if he does, then I'll actually legit strongly consider it. Because, I mean, I feel like there would be some people that would be a little butthurt about that in the department, like, mostly just morning crew. I don't know why, but I already know at least one of them for sure would be. And, either way, it's just like, I mean, you know, like, when I'm actually there, like, I get my shit done. Like, that's, like, kind of the main important part. Especially when it comes to, like, basic production stuff, like, it's also, like, stuff that isn't that hard to deal with. It's just getting people to do it. Like, one of our morning people that is supposed to do our sandwiches, like, they really don't do any of that. In fact, they kind of have this, like, kind of like this, like, oh my god, I don't want to do this type of, like, attitude about it. It's like, it's literally your job. Like, the main roles, you know, up until basically, like, 6 p.m., which especially you're not scheduled for that. You're scheduled in the morning. Like, is to, you know, be a production, you know, primarily first, especially for whatever part of schedule you're specialized in, whether it's like sandwich or, you know, meat or whatever the fuck, and then helping customers. But, you know, for, I guess, some people, it's just only helping customers, and that's it. It's like, that's not just a job description. I mean, honestly, some of this production stuff isn't even hard either. It's just like, oh, you pre-slice some, you know, a bunch of lunch meat, and then, you know, put in the prepackaged things, label it up, and put it on the pre-slice section. Oh, wow, like, it takes time, but, oh my god, it's so hard. It's like, do I like doing it? Not really, but hey, it keeps me away from customers a little bit. You know, so whatever, you know, as long as, like, I'm in the zone, you know, it's not that big of a deal. It's not the... Honestly, there's worse things to do over there. Like, honestly, for me, what's a bitch and a half is doing snapbacks, because honestly, frankly, half the time, I really don't know which, like, thing goes in what, like, little pocket, because they're all, like, different little shapes, and they're supposed, and, you know, the different items and different things that are in them are supposed to go into different little things. It's like, honestly, like, you know, especially when we have, like, 8 different, you know, like, options for these fucking things, and it's like, like, I really, most of it is just not wanting to, like, go out of my way to try to hunt down those things throughout the store and then, you know, figuring it out. But there's at least, like, a bunch, pretty much everybody else knows how to deal with them for the most part, outside of, like, 3 other people. So, it's not, like, the end of the world if I don't know how to do them. I mean, it's not even like I don't even know how to do it, like I said. It's just more about, like, you know, having to, like, really just kind of look at, you know, make sure, you know, I'm more doing it right, and then after that I can get the hang of it. But it's just because I never really do the snapbacks specifically that much. But pretty much, like, I mean, it's like, outside of, like, the weird, complicated, like, technicalities of whatever production it is, like sandwiches, sliders, or, you know, like, you know, like taco kits, or, like, you know, these, or, like, you know, pre-sliced meats or whatever the fuck, like, it's like, it's not that hard, you know, but for some people, it's just like, ugh, I don't want to do it. I'm just going to do, like, the minimal and just wait and help customers. It's like, even then, it's like, even if you're done with production, you know, at least clean up a little bit, something. Do a load of dishes or 2, fuck. It's like, make it easier for us on the mids and night, like, god. That's what annoys me about the morning crew, really. And I don't know why, but at least, you know, like, 1 or 2 of them always have, like, an attitude about night people, and it's like me and shit, like, closing. I'm just like, what? It's like, I ain't the one, like, leaving, like, 2 or 3 hours fucking early, not barely doing shit, like, it's like, huh? It's like, what? It's like, okay, then. But she's like the original corporate whisperer, goes from store to store to beautify the place without addressing any systemic problems and leaving before corporate leads, nothing's changed. Maybe. Like, goes from different corporate, you know, store to corporate store from different companies and just, like, changes things up, but then doesn't change anything. And then when she doesn't get, like, a vacation pay like she was supposed to or something like that, leaves and finds another spot. to try to get like higher up the chain, you know, with a bigger resume of being a manager or whatever the fuck. Everyone, I'm at work, everyone fucks on shift at 5 because they fuck up the most. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's not necessarily just like, stop it! Stop! No! Like, at least so you know, for me, like, and it's not always just, you know, the morning and shit, like, sometimes, like, the, you know, not really at my department, I know, like, some people at the, who are mids and shit, who, you know, like, at different departments and stuff, you know, tend to be the same way. From my understanding, meat counter has it pretty bad, because there's, like, like, 2 other people that apparently do not, like, clean up or, like, you know, close up their section of the counter, because, you know, the guy I was talking with who is one of the meat cutters is actually more specifically in the seafood department of the meat section specifically. So he basically, you know, even though it's not part of his job description, is basically left to clean up, you know, meat counters shit specifically, like most nights. And basically gets also paid the least out of everybody when it comes to the contract too, as well. Like the meat cutters, seafood clerks and shit. They kind of unfortunately got like the more raw end of the deal. It's not like what they did get was an improvement for what they had previously though, but out of like everybody, you know, when it comes to you know, the contracts and shit, they kind of got the more raw end of the deal a little bit. I mean, mostly really just when it comes to like the wage thing, because I think it's like literally like 50 cents to like $1 less in comparison to literally everything else for the all-purpose clerk one or whatever the fuck. Alright, hold on. Fucking this. Is this barking because you want to go outside or something? Dude, you're being a bitch about wanting to go outside. Am I going to do this and you're just going to stare outside and just not do anything? I sort of fuck, bro. There you go. Go on. Door's open for you now. God forbid. Hello, ladies. Boof, boof. I know, what a little boofer. But anyway, like I was saying though, it's just like, even though he gets paid the least and shit, he basically has to deal with all this other fucking shit, even though he doesn't even necessarily have to. And honestly, I found out, like, sometimes, like, some of the meats they do leave on, like, the cold cases and shit, that people can ask, you know, one of the clerks, you know, to package up for them. Some of that shit stays there for well over more than, like, 2 days and shit. It's like, what? It's like, huh? Like, that isn't good. Because that's technically supposed to be put away every night in, like, you know, at least, you know, in the cold fridge or distressed or put out, like, for 50% off or something, depending on, the date, you know, of how long it's been in there or whatever, or when it has been put out and all that shit. Same thing for our department for our cold cases, with our salads and shit. You know, so it's just like, I mean, at least for our salads, all we have to do is just cover them up, you know, and, you know, at least with something, either with parchment paper or, like, you know, some plastic topping, you know, so they don't spoil and shit. But for me, they have, like, a big fridge area where they, you know, have the racks and just slide them in. So it's just like, that's what they're supposed to do. But I guess so, you know, like, at least, you know, 2 out of the 4 people that are back there don't do their damn job. Which I know the other 2, and they do, and they always come by over our department and frankly just bitch all the time. And it's like, man, I feel bad for them because it's like, they really get the raw end of the deal and they aren't, you know, really being compensated fair for it. Not necessarily because, like, you know, the contract is fucking them necessarily, but because, you know, they're on the lower end with it because they're also kind of getting the same shit like I am a little. Which really just shows that, you know, there's, You know, like, really, like, the company at this point especially has just been blatantly doing a lot of wage stuff, and I kind of want to see about maybe seeing, you know, if there can be a possibility of, like, some class action suits or some shit. At least especially getting the union involved a little bit on it. Being like, hey, I really do suspect there's, like, straight-up wage thievery going on from not just me, but from a lot of other fucking people. In fact, I know one person's not even being paid the legal minimum wage. They're getting paid like 14-something, you know, which is not the legal minimum wage, especially here. Like, it's like, what? It's like, huh? Like, that was, like, pre-contracted shit. And that was also you know, like, the state wage increasing. Like, that's just straight up, like, you know, some illegal shit. So, it's like, I, you know, suspect that a lot of it is just straight up criminal. I mean, obviously it is, but not shit that they can just excuse, you know what I mean? Like, especially paying someone literally below the fucking, Oregon's, like, state minimum wage and shit is, like, I mean, you can't just excuse that. I don't give a fuck what technical glitch is going on in your system. That doesn't just get excused. That gets rectified fucking immediately. Anyway, took a long ass tangent, bullshit about it work, but let's go back to the video.
Many reports of Amazon employees being mistreated, denied breaks, and, you know, issues where it's like, come on, you have all that money, do you need, like, so much more from, like, cutting corners like that?
These billionaires can do fantastic things, but I also understand that government regulations, taxes, and various other things occupy their time. I don't believe billionaires should be having
What? They occupy their time by trying to avoid that shit and fucking it over from people. And trying to fucking, like, basically, fundamentally, like, it's like, enrich themselves more, and it's like, what? Oh my god.
In 2018 were some of the best things we saw for our economy.
Dude, what do you mean? That didn't impact you. You're 18 years old. You are not a fucking you're not in the top tax bracket, brother. You're not a corporation, and you're not in the fucking top marginal tax rate. Your parents might be, but you yourself are not, okay? And financially speaking, you're probably not going to reach that level, and the fucking tax bracket that your parents are statistically more likely to be in has already gotten a tax increase that was built into the same fucking tax cuts. These people are so stupid, dude. Holy fucking shit. It's crazy to me that you could be 16 years old and be like, dude, oh my god, the Trump tax cuts were incredible. They were so beneficial to the economy. Yeah, totally, dude. Totally.
All I can hope is that, you know, since they're like 16 to 17 and shit like that, that these kids just fucking grow out of this phase. I mean, you know, we all have our cringe political phases, I think, you know. I had a weird political, like, cringe, like, I'm a moderate sock dem, like, centrist type, you know, phase a little bit unironically. Like, I had that going on for a minute, so, I mean, it's like, we all have our moments. we all have the moments, okay? Like, I hope that's just what's going on for these people.
Oh, they are 16. That's crazy. Okay.
I completely would agree with you that we shouldn't be taxing billionaires at such a high rate. If you tax billionaires, they would respond by increasing the prices of goods and services. I think
that's crazy. Like, can you imagine the disdain you have for your fellow working class members, fantasizing about a position that you will maybe one day be in the future, and openly admitting that billionaires have the economy in a fucking stranglehold? Homie just said billionaires have a gun to the head of the American economy, okay? And that's precisely why we shouldn't tax them, even though the goods that we are creating so that they can accumulate profit off of our labor is also being done on top of the infrastructure that we and our taxes have paid for. That's crazy.
Because the idea in their mind is that, oh, if we just let them, you know, have free market will, you know, with their money or whatever the fuck, to do what they want, they would surely benevolently, you know, with their benevolence as, you know, just good-willed billionaires will use that money to trickle down to everyone else by investing into these things, because that also surely benefits them, right? Yeah, question mark, question mark, question mark. You know, it's like, that's basically it's the idea with it. It's like, oh, yeah, they totally fucking, you know, are on our side because, oh, you know, like if they have, you know, the total absolute, you know, free reign to use whatever they want with their money and not have it taxed and all this other gobbledygook, then, you know, they would actually have benevolency and actually invest in, you know, be able to have, you know, prosperity and trickle down, you know, properly to the average common man. They weren't just tied down with all this red tape.
Never understand. People will literally be like, yo, dude, if we tax the billionaires, they will fucking leave. First of all, statistically speaking, that's not true. That has not happened.
And you know what? Honestly, even if it is the case, good. Fuck them. Get them out of my country as far as I'm concerned. And get them off the planet as far as I care.
See why?
Fuck them.
Even in a country like Norway, there are a higher number of billionaires per capita than the United States of America. Okay? So that's number one. So the top marginal tax rate doesn't actually get billionaires to fucking leave. If that was the case, you wouldn't have any fucking billionaires or millionaires living in California that has the highest fucking state income tax, and yet, you know, there's an $80 billion budget surplus now in the aftermath of COVID in the state of California because no one fucking moved. They stayed here, and they're just paying their fucking taxes.
I mean, honestly, if anything, it just shows that a lot of those type of billionaires just work more smartly, or not work, but like think more smartly, at least when it comes to what they invest their money into, which gains more profit for them. Because, like, oh, well, if I'm going to be taxed more, then I'll just be more smart about, you know, like my money in a way by putting it in stocks, into stocks and all that, and like go in the stock market and blah 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 blah. Like, I mean, this is kind of what their mentality is, because you can't tax, you know, stocks, you know, so that, you know, that's how they usually keep a lot of their wealth and how they stay billionaires and shit. So then what they are actually taxed on isn't really that much. I mean, they still get the marginal tax rates and shit, but, you know, like what is actually be taken away from it, though, isn't nowhere near as much as it would be because of that.
You know, loopholes that they take advantage of. Number
Loopholes,
one,
yep.
The idea that we can't tax billionaires more is such a profoundly silly idea. I cannot comprehend why you would say it. You're not a billionaire. You're a fucking idiot, okay? Like, ultimately, you should literally say the most normal thing, which is billionaires should be paying a percentage of their yearly income, their yearly revenue that they're generating for themselves, that is adequate and similar to how much I'm paying. Because right now, this kid's not working, okay? His parents are, but his parents are paying a percentage of their yearly income. The amount of money that they make, they're paying a percentage of that, okay? There's a tax rate. There's an effective tax rate that they're paying. Billionaires' effective tax rate is like 0.1% if you look at someone like Warren Buffett. Your parents are like at the minimum 30%. That's crazy. You're defending that.
I mean, luckily my parents are like that, but for these kids, yeah, probably.
That unjustifiable system. Why? Because a lot of their fucking wealth is tied up to their assets. Okay, your parents might have some wealth that's tied to their assets, but if they can't fucking pay the tax bill at the end of the year, okay, they're going to have to liquidate some of that. Yep. Billionaires should be able to do that as well. They are not in a separate bracket. They're not these gods, even though we want to treat them like that. Can confirm I'll make $100K and pay 28% before credits, about 15% after. I have the optimal 2 kids.
The reason why everything is so expensive is inflation. But in the past, when inflation was low, there were times where things were very expensive. And that is because of the fact that we have high corporate tax rates in some states.
Well, so
no, it's not. What?
Dude, it's like you literally just said if we increase taxes, they'll hurt us. And then you said high corporate tax rate is the reason why fucking, things are expensive. Okay, did things get cheaper? It's so weird how it doesn't work the other way. Trump actually reduced the fucking corporate tax rate. Did shit get cheaper? No.
If anything, actually things got more expensive during Trump's administration. Like, I literally saw prices change over the course of his tenure when being in a fucking grocery store or retail and shit. So more profits and more tax cuts and more parachutes for the rich and the fucking companies and shit, but more price gouging and more fucking extraction for the consumer and the worker. Curious.
That's
curious
weird.
How that works.
That's really interesting that you said that, because, all these tax cuts and things actually haven't gotten cheaper. As a matter of fact, they got way more expensive. That's so weird. The fuck's that about? Interesting.
Respectfully disagree with the idea that taxing billionaires, or specifically leaving billionaires untaxed, is beneficial to the American economy, because most prosperous,
an actual moderate guy. Oh God, he's definitely like one of those dudes who has a sock in their fucking Twitter account.
Era for the economy was the 19th.
Sock down.
He's like one of those like weird fucking. I'm a social democrat, but I'm actually a neoliberal. Andy's. Oh my God.
For economic miracle. That was when billionaires were being taxed at a rate of 90%. And this isn't socialism or anything. This was under American capitalism, under a Republican president, Dwight Eisenhower.
And this was right after a fantastic, I hate to say fantastic war, but it was a fantastic war for...
Oh my God!
It says it's 30, but it feels like, it says it's 35, but it feels like 30.
Yeah, like a fantastic war. What the fuck?
Bloodthirsty conservative dog. He's
like, that war's fantastic. Can we have another one? Fuck yeah.
Said it was right after a fantastic war. Just the greatest, dude. War is so good for our economy. Holy fuck.
Gotta make the military industrial complex go. Gotta make those profits for the MIC. War's fantastic, am I right? I'm about to get a contract for Raytheon, man.
So much American pride, and that Republican president Dwight D.
It was the American pride that fucking geared our economy, and not the fact that the country was like basically singularly united as a fucking war economy to generate goods and services, and then in the immediate aftermath was not actually impacted in the same way that fucking Europe was as a consequence of its, geopolitical proximity.
The Eisenhower then utilized that money that he taxed from those billionaires to create a great system, which is the...
Wait, he said it's patriotic to tax billionaires 90%, so why not get back to that level of patriotism? I agree.
Questionably based? Yeah, let's get back into that. Like, hey, if it's patriotic to tax, our billionaires at 90%, then let's go, baby. All right. Broken clock right twice a day?
Patriotic. I think it is fucking fantastic. I think it's patriotic. Do your due diligence to do your patriotic duty to fucking pay 90%.
Pay your taxes like a good fucking American. That's right. That's right.
Tax rate. Straight up. I agree.
The interstate system, which is a fantastic thing that connects our country. But unfortunately, the government isn't really investing money in things like that anymore. It's investing...
That's not true. I mean, the government would try to do that, but, the guy that tried to do that a little bit, you call a fucking socialist.
I mean, and also funny enough, despite that, though, I do agree with him, though. It's just like, to some extent, if our government doesn't necessarily, especially heavily push and enforce, that type of shit, then it doesn't really get heavily invested into. California tried to do whole bull train thing, but now it's just barely no pun intended, chugging along when it comes to the progress on that, and even then it's barely worth a fuck. It's what really needs to be done is have a mass bullet train system from San Diego all the way up to Seattle, then from and then all the way from the west to the east coast, and then from all the way from Portland, Maine, all the way down to Miami, Florida and shit. There needs to be a whole system and shit when it comes to this, because it would be a mass revitalization to a lot of the railroad industry especially, and cut back on travel time and too when it comes to conductors who will be operating the trains, which is definitely very important for a lot of railroad workers and rail engineers right now. So it's just these type of things would be so fucking beneficial, and if there was some massive public jobs and public work program to do something like that, via the federal government, kind of like a New Deal era type of program and shit, we could go fucking, we can be going light speed with shit like this. We could probably even be surpassed in China for fuck's sake on things like this, but nope.
Of Lenin, you know what I mean? And he's not even doing all that. He just wants to spend a little bit of money on infrastructure, and everybody lost their shit.
Money and weird programs and things that the average American isn't going to benefit from.
So billionaires do have a lot of money and a lot of influence in order to do good within our economy, but nowhere near the ability of the government. If we're talking about billions of dollars, the government has access to trillions of dollars.
Don't say it, Parker. Don't even give him that. Fuck the billionaires.
Scale, yearly speaking. Yeah, in some circumstances, like Mark Cuban, they absolutely can do those things.
No!
Anywhere near
no such thing, Parker.
Access of healthcare that they do have in these other countries.
And it doesn't compare
compared to the damage that will happen to the average American when the government decides to pull trillions of dollars out of nowhere, because we have to remind ourselves the government makes nothing. The government...
There's a thing called fiat currency. Bruh. Free thinker Andy, bruh.
Citizens standing in this room that pays taxes each and every day, including state governments and federal governments, they start throwing trillions at random things like, I don't know, healthcare for everybody, which can work for a country that's the size of maybe South Carolina, but will not...
Oh my god. How are we gonna pay for it? That only works if you're like basically a tiny ass little fucking country, like, you know, if you're the size of South Carolina or something. You fucking dingbat. Oh my god. No, bruh. Oh my god, you fucking Andy, dude. You free-thinking conservative fucking war is fantastic, bro. Oh my god. You fruit bat.
Country. Yeah, I would say that's because our government actually like mismanages money comparative to other nations. We spend a
yes,
lot in terms of our per capita on healthcare, like more than other countries. Yet they actually have better health outcomes and they cover more people. So I do think there are lots of things
that's true.
The United States could do better comparative to other countries. We can learn a lot more from those other countries, and yet we don't do that because of this idea of American exceptionalism.
No shit. Yeah.
We're talking about
True and
like,
base.
how it's much easier to like manage like a country.
None of them pay taxes. Yeah, it is kind of funny to have a bunch of dudes who've never paid taxes talk about it. But, you know.
I know, yeah, they haven't done it yet, but whatever.
Country that's smaller.
Yeah, you know, honestly, it's good that they're kind of at least somewhat informed about it, you know, and at least they're, you know, kind of trying to learn a little bit about taxes. So, yeah, so I'll give them that, you know, so.
The national government doesn't.
What? No, that's not. Like, economy scale. What is this? This is, like, super basic stuff. Am I misunderstanding what she's saying? What the fuck? Like, literally, look at China, man. Like, China is right there. It is an example that you can use to literally undermine every single argument that, like, dumb Americans try to fucking throw at you and be like, oh, well, you know, the size of a nation matters. That's why Norway, they're able to do it. They're homogenous, which is bullshit. That's like a complete fucking nonsensical position.
I mean,
like,
it really is. I mean, we're actually mentioning this earlier on the stream about, like, you know, when I was making a point about, like, how England is and shit, you know, it's like, I mean, same thing with Norway, same thing with Iceland. When I was in Iceland, like, it was, you know, like, I guess predominantly had, you know, like, you know, being ethnic group being Icelandic and shit, like, even within the whole, like, ethnic background of being Icelandic, that you're also partly, you know, Norwegian or Danish with Celtic background, you know, usually. Especially if you're a woman, you had more Celtic background in genealogy in comparison to men at the time as well, due to a lot of various different reasons mainly, but a lot of it was because of, well, Vikings. I mean, that was the main reason, but a lot of variables came into play with that. And now today, like, I mean, there's all sorts of, like, different, you know, shit going on there. Like, I mean, there's different people that, you know, from all walks of life that have migrated and moved there. And if anything, Iceland welcomes it because it helps diversify their gene pool. Like, if anything, they want it now at this point. They welcome it.
Countries are not homogenous in the way that they claim America is you know, too diverse or whatever, including China, including but not limited to China. Of course, the people that make that homogeny argument are also racist, so they think China. They don't think diversity, they think they're all Asian.
They're all dang Asian or something. China.
What do you mean? There's different kinds of Asian? I thought they were all Chinese. You have to stop the 16-year-olds don't pay taxes. Mean at the minimum they pay sales tax and may have part-time jobs where they pay normal taxes is the biggest justification to allowing them to vote. I mean, dude, I don't give a fuck. I'm down to allow them to vote. That way, like, maybe people will participate more by the time they're 18. I think it is better for 16-year-olds to vote, despite how fucking stupid they are, than 85-year-olds to vote, because the 85-year-old 100% does not have a good brain, okay? And it's also more beneficial for leftist politics in general. So I am actually, unironically, an advocate for lowering the age of voting and also limiting the age of voting at the same time. Hassan, you look so hot right now in that...
I mean, I guess a little bit. Let me kind of, like... I don't know. I mean, I feel like there might be, like, an argument to at least, like, kind of limit it when it comes to age and shit. I mean, if we do... Well, what in the fucking hell? Gravity. What?
Me or the dog?
He's sitting over here. I'm blaming... Well, you walked by, I'm blaming him. You're being blamed now. Oh, no, I'm... well, no.
Okay, you can blame me.
What the fuck? Okay. Gravity. Why did you do gravity things? That was not cool. The fuck was that? Okay. I
can't imagine how he knocked that over...
Probably. I don't fucking know. Whatever.
Over there, but...
No, it was that, not this. It was that.
Moved, so it must have been me.
Anyway, what was I fucking saying? Whatever. I'll just keep going with this.
Would let you hold me at gunpoint. Bible thump 100. Okay. That person should not be allowed to vote.
Really affect me, and that's why, like, for me, I'm a very strong participant in my own local government, because you can, like, actively go there and talk about, like, what you want things to budget, and it allows you to actually see tangible effects.
No,
baby.
Can you get more
this
friendly
person
if you tried?
The Supreme Court is full of older people, which is why I just feel like if we were to
It's just for older people. I like her.
bring some newer, fresher justices in.
I thought she was standing. I didn't realize she was actually sitting down for this. She actually has a good take on this, at least. Also, why do only 2 people fucking sit down? Oh my god, and they're moderates too.
In there, they would understand what we're seeing more. Because as an older person, yeah, you can do your research, but you won't experience things the way that we're experiencing them at this moment.
Yeah, I
AKA being basically out of touch.
agree. And also,
Out of touch
the
with the
original
reality of
intention
common
of
people.
the Supreme Court was to be a nonpartisan, strictly legal governing body.
Oh, they're saying the Supreme Court is out of touch because it's too political. Jack,
Oh my
come
God.
on, bro. Jack, when was the Supreme Court nonpartisan, dog? What the fuck kind of take is that? Holy shit.
I mean, it's always been partisan as fuck, honestly. Like, I mean, throughout its history, there's been times where the Supreme Court's been used in very fucking partisan ways, especially during, like, the 1800s and shit. Like, throughout that fucking, like, century. I mean, like, it always has been used for this type of shit. It's like, oh my god, it's like, oh, we need to have it be more votes. It's like, how about we just abolish it? Like, boo, fuck the Supreme Court.
Duped thing is contingent now on how many people on the Supreme Court have R's next to their names and how many people have D's next to their names.
I don't think the Supreme Court makes decisions based off what society wants. They make decisions based off what the law says. The Supreme Court is a non-political branch.
Oh my god, he said the Supreme Court is actually doing its fucking job. Which is
Oh my god, no, it's not. I mean, it's just like that first little chunk was, and then he tried to be like, nah, that's why they're doing their job, and it's like, no, they're not doing that. Ah! Oh my god.
Remember all the fucking strict textualists, by the way? You know, the fucking original.
This is hurting my brain.
None of those.
I'm starting to think that like this shit is about as bad as the last ounce of courage, because I'm starting to lose my ounce of courage.
President,
I have one more
talking
ounce.
about affirmative
The last
action.
ounce.
Did you guys notice that? If you listen to some of the SCOTUS conversations that took place over the affirmative action case, weirdly enough, every single Supreme Court justice that is an originalist who is supposed to look at the law and try to think about like how people would normally interpret it, every single one of them, for some weird reason, was simply talking about like, well, what about this? What about that? They were talking about more so the intent of what not abolishing or not destroying affirmative action would do to college campuses, which is kind of lived up. So what was that about? Oh wait, it's because they don't give a fuck. It's literally just politics. And if you're not understanding that, you're a fucking sucker, okay?
So disagree with that. The executive branches and legislative branches weren't really necessarily created to be political either. They were created to create laws so that we could live moral and just lives. The Supreme...
Oh my god, that's not exactly what it was made for, but yeah, whatever. Okay, sure, buddy.
Aw, dude, those dudes built those fucking branches while they had the concept of white, male, land-owning slave owners in mind. Every single aspect of that societal design revolved around, unironically, making sure that women and black people, and even like whoever they considered to be non-white, was not able to participate.
And also, not even necessarily just that, but also like non-land owning poor white working class too. Like basically literally who wasn't just like a straight white male land owning fucking aristocrat.
Process That's crazy. That's a crazy take to have.
Supreme Court and the judicial branch as a whole is something that was created to be nonpartisan, but unfortunately that's not realistic in 2022 anymore. And that's why I don't say they're out of touch, because we're all out of touch. If everybody's out of touch, then we're all in touch.
Well, hey, you know what? Wait, what? If we're all out of touch, then we're in touch? No. You're out of touch. But, like, what? Like, not, we're, oh my god. What? If we're all out of touch, then we're all in touch. Nailed it. Wow. Damn. Fucking five head right here.
I just mean all of us are out of touch.
If you look at the foundation of this country, there were political parties within the executive branch and the legislative branch. There were no political parties in the Supreme Court, never.
Yeah, so like in terms of the founding fathers, they were heavily against political parties. I think the process outside of the Supreme Court of how we determine Supreme Court judges is like the messed up process, not necessarily.
Honestly, like, because you wonder why they, didn't have any at the time and shit, because they didn't really care about it yet.
In of itself.
I just think that we should never politicize the Supreme Court.
I'm gonna go bathroom.
I gotta take a break. Try to make general public a lot more part of the process in determining whether or not these justices should be in that place based upon not only their merit but also like the things they're advocating for. But rather than it being based upon like specifically the political parties, we need a multi-party democracy so that multiple different sides are looked at different times. And say I want to pick a libertarian, or I want to pick a social democrat, or a socialist, or a liberal. Right? There are lots of different options that we should have in order to have more of a competitive political marketplace.
But wouldn't
it's crazy. He's a socialist.
For the people to choose their judges?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure we do vote in the people that pick the Supreme Court justice.
You vote for the president?
We vote for the president, but those are for other topics in particular, not necessarily like jurisprudential or like law in particular.
I'm hopeful about my future.
Here in the United States, we have the ability and the opportunity to be the best nation in the world and live up to all the ideals that we grew up with and thought that we had. Look at all of us. We're willing to have a conversation, whereas years ago, we might not have sat down. We might have hated each other for having different types of beliefs. So I really think that shows the type of growth potential that the United States has in particular.
I personally think I have a great future in this country, especially being a woman, because I can sit here and wear what I want, say what I want, and have just as many rights and equal facilities as you do as an
Yo, you're a conservative though. So like, is she a moderate? Is she a conservative? I thought she was a conservative, right? At first I thought she was a moderate, but she's a conservative, right? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You're literally a conservative in an era where like your grandmother and your mother had more basic liberties in terms of bodily autonomy than you do, depending on what zip code and what fucking state you live in. Like, does she not know that? Does she not? Is she completely oblivious?
Does she try to? Okay, did this chick just basically say that, like, oh, like, Republicans, care about, like, what a woman's choice ought to be or whatever? Like, does she have it, like, on the opposite day? Is that what happened?
Shot before the fucking Roe v. Wade decision? Like, what's happening? It is like a historic misstep that just happened, and she's just like, nah, it's fine.
Other countries, that's not awarded to all women or even all people. And I feel that our country gives us some of the most privilege in the world. So for me right now...
Wait. Is she saying that, like, abortion's a fucking privilege? Oh my god, no, fuck you. No, you know what, like, maybe that privilege should be extended, to all women. How about that? Including not just American women, or, like any woman in this country, but, like, globally. How about that? Maybe then it won't be a fucking privilege, and it'll just be a basic fucking right. Oh my god, you stupid bitch. Oh my god.
I have a house, I have a cat, I have 2 dogs, and it's great.
Good for you.
Things could always be better, and I think that's what I like about this country, is that we have a government where we can actively participate in, and we can make the changes that we want.
As opposed to, like, what? Like, other nations, like what? Like, you can't do that in Iceland, you can't do that in France, or you can't do that in Austria, like, what? It's like, what? It's like, what, you can't do those things there or something? It's like we're the only country that we could just do this?
I think that I am very scared for the future. I grew up 2 hours away from Ku Klux Klan headquarters, if that tells you anything about where I grew up. There's probably less than the amount of fingers I have on my hands of people of color in my school. There was a lot of racial heat that I got growing up, and it forced me to grow up a lot faster than I thought that I'd have to. If you look up Harrison, Arkansas, it's known as one of the most racist cities in America, and you can see, if you're on TikTok and you see, we visited the most racist city in America, that's going to be Harrison, Arkansas. My mother is white, but whenever my mom would drive through Harrison when we were going somewhere, she would put a blanket over my crib while we were in that city just because she felt unsafe for me. And whenever I hosted the Black Lives Matter protest, a lot of members from that Ku Klux Klan organization in Harrison were making groups saying that they were going to come up and harass us and harm us. And it's a very scary thing because you read about the Ku Klux Klan in history books. It's a very different thing to hear them personally tweeting out to you that they are going to come and that they're going to harm you. As much as our country...
Well, damn. Oof.
Is growing.
Well, I hope, the kid's based. I mean, I hope he keeps up the good fight, honestly.
The fact that there is a lot of issues
Fuck the KKK.
that are still stemmed very deep in a lot of people's brains that are still being acted out upon and causing me to feel uncomfortable to live in my country.
As a black woman, I just feel like being anywhere in the world, it's not just America. There will always be somebody who does not like a person of color, and there will always be someone who wants to assault a woman. We are making progress, but in the same way, we can always go backwards. In Detroit, I just was not happy. Being around white kids at school, I think they are taught to believe that black people are maybe lower than them, and even if it's not taught, it's something ingrained just in society.
As someone who is not, quite as dark as
I tend to agree with that, honestly. It's not like something that is just like inherent, but it definitely can be taught and ingrained in society where even unintentionally you might be enforcing some shit like that. Which is why being aware and actively trying to combat against that type of shit is obviously very important.
Out of a similar lifestyle, I'm trying to say is that I understand. I really do. It's still.
I doubt that. You're wearing a Joe Brandon shirt. You're wearing a goddamn Joe Brandon shirt that has like $9 a gallon for gas on it, dude. Like, shut up. No, you don't.
I think it's something that we need to grow past if we're going to make the world better for our children. But
suck it up and pull yourself by the bootstraps and just get over it, grow up, and move past it. Come on, meh. Oh my God.
Right here, which is a very diverse group in and of itself, but I think we're going to be one of the least racist generations ever, which kind of goes without saying, and I think this will be the century that is just completely eradicated, at least.
I mean, completely eradicated bullshit, but I mean, one of the more least racist generations, I mean, sure. I'm willing to believe that, but I guess we have yet to see.
Well, I hope you're right, and it obviously is a privilege to live in the United States.
Listen, I'm too Caucasian. I'm not going to talk about colorism. I'm not going to talk about any of that, okay? I'm going to see myself out of this conversation.
We're going on a very...
Said what he said. There's something weird about fucking Zoomers that want to be right-wing, okay? There's just something deeply broken in their brains. Right-wing Zoomers across all boundaries are just so fucking strange, okay?
They are. This is really
attack in this country.
weird.
Thought is under attack. The standard of living has decreased dramatically. People aren't doing better today than
sitting my white ass down and I'm listening.
What do you mean we're doing worse off now? Like, what are you looking at in terms of how did you determine whether or not we're doing worse off?
Well, there's so many things to look at. One of it is how
oh yes, like crime, homelessness, and drugs, and woke degeneracy.
We are politically, but at the end of the day, we are the future, and I hope that we don't follow what they're doing. I hope that when our generation goes into Congress, I hope that we're not so politically divided as they are now.
One thing that gives me a lot of hope is just like all of us right now here.
I just want to pull this dude aside and ask him a question. When you say, I hope that our generation's politics are not as divided, I want to know what you mean by that. Like, for example, are you open-minded to the idea that someone is going to, put together a vanguard party and potentially fucking create the dictatorship of the proletariat? Who inevitably
they'll say no.
Road all
they would say no with that shit
and finally reach like a communist utopian existence. Like what are you down with that? Is that
no, we need to have civility. We need to, you know, be bipartisan and work together. We can't have this radical extremism. That was not what I was talking about there, buddy.
On board
None
with
of that communist talk.
Do you even want, when you say we want to cast aside our differences, do you also mean like, I don't know, just fucking healthcare, you know?
No.
Let's nationalize.
Like, those dudes were literally saying earlier how, like, oh, you know, these weird pie in the sky dudes, like, healthcare for all. Like, no, they're not. You know they're going to say no.
Completely eradicate privatization on commodities and services and goods that are an absolute necessity for survival. The government should provide the bare minimum. That means shelter. That means healthcare.
I mean, the ANCAP Andy will sure shit be saying no to this.
Means a certain level of food, okay?
I mean, maybe the Joe Brandon gas price t-shirt Andy, you know, free thinker Andy, like, he might, because, oh, it's patriotic duty for billionaires to be taxed at 90%. Like, he said that, so, I mean... Hell, like, I mean, you know, broken clock right twice a day with him, so, I mean, who knows? He might be okay with it. That guy might be on board, I don't know. Maybe.
Believe that is fine. That's appropriate. You know what I mean? That's chill. Or do you have differences in the way that you want to deal with that? Because I talk about fucking casting our differences all day, every day, but I fully understand that at the top of the hour, there's going to be some people that see an ad.
Oh, that bastard. Thought I was gonna have like one final point, but nope, top of the hour, of course. Of course. But oof. Ah. Hey. 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 Oi. What's going on here? What the hell, mate? What is this here going on now? Excuse me, what? There we go. Aye. Just. Man, that was a bit of a roller coaster, I will say. I will say, like, anarcho, direct democracy, moderate Andy is definitely a... He's that and the Harrison, Alabama kid. Like, those two are probably at least the better ones of them. But, oh my lord. I guess the Parker kid, like, he was too. Like, those are the only three that were kind of, like, actually, like... Well, I guess also the, black girl. She was... Like, those are the only four that were actually... You know... I had some optimism for. I got some optimism for those four. The other ones, not really. Not so much. And I figured out why Zugov was boofing, because he wanted to take a poo. And of course, because it's wet outside, what he does instead is he walks like 1 or 2 feet and plops it like right in front of the door. Outside, he went outside, but like 2 feet outside, instead of like walking out and then coming back, because it's all wet. It's like, dude, you fucking, like, you know, this dog is a weirdo, bro. You're just a weirdo, dude. At least you went outside. But anyway, I think I'm gonna get myself some food. All that fun shit. So anyway, I think I'll go for the rest of the evening, so peace out. And of course, I'll be back around for the next one.